probably going to be the worst case scenario is what I'm hoping for based on what we're seeing in the legislature and also based on some additional numbers I've been running. I can tell you right now, as we're going through this, I'll point out what's probably going to change as we go through the process. Feel free to ask any questions as we go along. I want it to be interactive. If I'm not explaining something well, or if you want to know exactly where something came from or why, please ask. Let's see, is it? Okay, Jason, it's not moving. Which way do I have to
point it behind you?
point it behind me? Oh. There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, there. I didn't know we
You're
were
too far in
directing
front of
man.
me.
We're okay. That's what technology does. You learn something new every day. This is where I start the process. And we start the process trying to figure out what kind of revenue we're going to have. And the big part for us, and especially, is this property tax value here. And that at this moment is an estimate of where I thought we would be at this point. I now know that we got preliminary numbers today. Those preliminary numbers are coming in less than what I have projected right here, which has impact. But if we are under on those tax collections, we earn our money based on enrollment and based on attendance. So with that, we should offset with state revenue if based on those numbers. These are final numbers as I know them from 24-25 and what I'm estimating where we will end this year. Just a couple of other key points that have significant impact on where we fall is whatever those frozen taxes are, because that has an impact on those frozen taxes get allocated based on what the actual tax rate is. And then look back at the past when they were frozen, it goes, so as our maintenance and operations tax rate gets compressed down and our INS rate has gone up, more of those frozen taxes have gone to INS than to the maintenance and operations. So I have to try to budget that. That number is a key number, and I will say, this has been the past year has been a very difficult year to budget. I think this year is going to be another difficult year to budget on the property taxes because there is so much confusion over, as I've talked to y'all on some of the memos that y'all have seen about SB2 and SB12 and how those numbers have impacted those dollars, and the estimate of what those differences are and what our hold harmless is. I've gone through 3 different sets of numbers now between the appraisal district, the county tax office, and myself, trying to come up with various amounts that we will settle on. Hopefully, the appraisal district has come up with some numbers that we believe will be the final numbers for at least 24-25, which will have an impact on what our revenue is by the time we fall down. A key number, just to point out, there's this says actual T2. That T2 number, that's the number that the state says that we are supposed to be collecting taxes on. It's never actually the number we're collecting taxes on, but that's the number the state finally settles on through their calculations of what the appraisal district enters. So I'm always trying to estimate that number based on what's happened in the past, based on where we are in the current and with property values and where we are in the past. So that's a number. I will say that that one formula wasn't working real well when I did that, and we got the later numbers that I got. I redid my formula, and I'm almost exactly on. At least predicting what it would have been last year. God only knows what will happen next year. But I can at least predict, if I can predict last year, I feel comfortable I can predict the next year a little better. So what it amounts to is that this 13,000, where I say that's some SOF entry, that is what I put into a spreadsheet to determine what our state aid is. That's telling them, we have to tell them what we're going to collect on our taxes, and we have to, based on that estimate of T2, or that actual T2 in the end. So this tax rate also comes from the spreadsheet that I'll show you in a minute, where we're determining what state aid is. That is based on the compressed rate that that the formulas are calculating. Again, it's not perfect. We won't know that actual number until we get down to, whenever, July 25th, I think, is when I have to enter the information to get the maximum compressed rate, and that's when we'll set that rate. So, based on that, right now, based on with collections, I'm saying that this year we'll collect around 13.1 million. Then with next year, 25-26, 13.8 million in property taxes. And as you can see, it goes up depending on how fast property values go up. But we increase as we go along for each year. And again, I'm trying to make that estimate of that T2 number and estimate for taxes that needs to go in.
So does that mean on 24 that we're sending 60,000 or 50,000?
That we're sending? No.
The tax collection adjustment, that one 13, and then the SQF. What is that SQF?
No, that's SOF.
Oh, SOF.
Okay, the SOF, the only thing you count for the summary of finance entry is current property taxes and prior property taxes. The penalties and interest don't count. They don't factor in. So that number right there is actually just the sum of that 13 there and that 85 there. But I can tell you this year, this is, again, as I said, this year was a difficult year to budget, obviously, with property taxes. This year, our prior year tax collections are actually in the negative because they keep making adjustments based on SB2 and SB12. So those adjustments are still flowing through. So I'm actually show no revenue from prior years at the moment. Even we have collected some, but their adjustments have been so big they've offset it all.
So what's $1.83 billion T2? What is T2?
T2 is the number that the state calculates, and when the property values are sent in by the appraisal district.
So it's the property value.
It's the property values that the comptroller gets from the appraisal district. They use a formula to calculate what they call T2.
Okay.
And that T2 number is the number that basically they say that's the amount you should be collecting taxes on. So they look at that number, say what's your tax rate, so this is what we think you should get, and then we will report what we actually got. They'll adjust our numbers based on that.
So even though we pay a tax rate of almost 2%, $13 million is only 0.7% of that T2 number. So I'm trying to understand that.
Okay, well, the 1.8 billion, you gotta remember, it's 1.8 billion, you divide that by 100, then you got all the exemptions. By the time you get down to what is what's actually a net taxable value, it ends up, we start off at close to 2 billion, you're down to 1.8 billion, but there's all kinds of other exemptions that fall in there that may impact it. You got the homestead exemptions all come off. So, but 1.8 billion basically raises us $13 million. Because it's a 1.8 billion divided by 100, then multiplied by your tax rate. And this is just maintenance and operations, remember, not debt service. This is just maintenance and operations.
Okay.
So we're going to talk about debt service later.
Gotcha.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
I do have one real quick.
Okay.
I know it's minuscule, but we collect 98.8. That's great.
Uh-huh.
Who's responsible for trying to collect the rest? Still the,
That's still the county
Okay.
tax office,
Okay.
and they have an attorney that they have a contract with.
okay.
So
I know it's a small amount, but it could be
well,
one
it's-
large business, and that could really hurt us in the
yes,
end.
and there is and as we get bigger and the values go up, then that amount that's outstanding is going to go up.
Right.
So. Look at that, it worked. Okay. This is, if you ever hear me mumble under my breath about Omar's spreadsheet, this is Omar's spreadsheet. This is almost what everybody in every school district in the state uses to project their state aid.
And before he goes any further, when this first came out for us with Omar's projection of what House Bill 2 would do as it currently exists, if it were to be made law, Paul was inputting numbers and said something's off. And he actually informed Omar that he had something that was off in the spreadsheet, and Omar made the correction and sent that out today to all school districts. So be very, very proud of Paul. Paul is on it, and Paul is telling the expert, hey, you made a mistake. And so I'm very, very grateful to have that.
Well, as big as his spreadsheet is, it's amazing there's not more. But this is 24, 25. The numbers you see here are our ADA, that's our current average daily attendance. These are numbers from special ed, career technology, the various programs, GT. All of those numbers were as of the end of the last 6 weeks. As we get closer to the end, especially after the end of school, I will run all those numbers again and see where we stand. But that's where those particular numbers came from. For 25, 26, and I'm hoping I don't say this in a confusing manner. Okay, so our ADA this year, we're operating at about 94% attendance. Okay, however, when I look at this, we're talking about projected enrollment, and so I look back at where we stood against his projected enrollment from the spring of last year from the demographic report. That number represents about 93% of where he projected our enrollment would be. So for the next few years, I am using a projection of 93% of what his enrollment is projected. Because we're not going to get all those kids at once, they're going to come in, they're going to go out, so it's going to vary, but the year before he was a little above, it was like a little above 92% is what I think I budgeted at. This year, it's held at 93%, so I'm going to go with 93% for the next few years. These columns on special ed, those special ed numbers grew tremendously from one year to the next. I factored in a 15% increase for next year, and that's actually lower than what we had this year. So, but I'm trying to be conservative to some degree. All the rest of those numbers for various programs, I took up about a little less than, or usually around 5%, sometimes less. Based upon whatever happened, we had a large increase from 23-24 to 22-23 to 23-24 and the educationally disadvantaged students. But from 23-24 to 24-25, there was not a big increase. There was only about a 60 child increase over 1 year to the next. So I only took it up kind of proportionally using those numbers for these numbers. So you can see I'm making all kinds of fun estimates based on what's happened in the past. But all these numbers impact where we're going to end up on state aid. Any questions about what I'm doing there?
So that's saying, like in speech, say, there are 6.344 kids, what's that mean, per?
No, that's FTEs is what that counts,
Okay.
full-time equivalent. So if they're not there, it gets into the hours and counts.
Okay,
So, yeah, it's all different, and
okay,
if the HB2 goes through with new funding calculations for special ed, that's gonna be a whole new ballgame.
okay. But those are all the, okay, positions.
Yes.
Why are your SSA funds with the ADA the same?
We're-
On the bottom, this one's like, no, I don't know what you
uh,
mean.
And it
Why
is,
does it match the?
because it's supposed to. It's supposed to be the number, that's supposed to be whatever it is 5 times it should be your ADA times what your, whatever it is, 10 bucks a
They're
kid.
not separating out the SSA.
No, it doesn't, well, it does. It does separate out on the summary of finance.
Oh.
Okay, but for Omar built this
For all those
spreadsheet.
purposes, it's there.
This is Omar's spreadsheet, not the state's spreadsheet. And I have a hard time sometimes going from their spreadsheet to Omar's spreadsheet, and vice versa. So, Any other questions? Okay, this is the bottom half of the spreadsheet. This is where all the property values go into, and there are now two key numbers in here. One is that T2 number, which is what they use to determine what they think we should be collecting in taxes. And now the new one that's a big, that is a massive key is this T17 number. T17 is now what they're using when they look at that number. That's where they're doing that hold harmless calculation to determine how much they're going to give us because they went up to $100,000, that SB2 and SB12 adjustments that went. So that T17 becomes a very key number. In fact, because the original information that was entered into, that the state got, that they used to do those calculations that were so far off, I went in and actually worked with the Mo Casey just to make sure I was doing it right, and I also confirmed it with somebody else who looked at what I did to make sure I was doing it right, to recalculate that number based on what we now think is the frozen levy lost versus the frozen, what we should have collected versus what we're actually going to collect. Because that T17 has to be accurate for that. And right now, what the state has is not accurate. It should be accurate after the submission of the adjustments that are supposed to be going in. And hopefully those adjustments will go in soon. So these calculations here tell us what our compressed M&O rate is, and so you can see it just compresses down each year, no matter what. Right now, they've built that in. We put in our property tax collections that I've projected on each one of those lines. Now we have the hold harmless from M&O as well, so that this year we're going to collect $8.2 million, and when we get to the spreadsheet to talk about INS, I'll talk about why those numbers are going up, and I've got those numbers where they are at, and assuming that we're going to be at 50 cents for at least the next 2 years, and potentially longer. I've also budgeted some additional revenue this year on the transportation, because we are running double routes basically, so we should almost see a double the increase in our mileage reimbursement when we get down to the end of the state. And these numbers here are debt service numbers, and they relate to what year a particular debt service was put in place, and whether or not it qualifies for hold harmless. So the state has those numbers; they put those in. I've estimated out based on what I know to where I think we will get over the next few years for hold harmless, as long as those hold harmless items continue. We expect them to stay, but if you hear what you hear them.
Not, then I hear they are.
Well, what you hear them talking about is they're worried now about how big they're getting. Well, that's what you should have been planning for.
Right, if you listen to the hearings, it is a point of contention. So when you hear Chairman Buckley talk, he is like, they should have weaned themselves off. They should know they're not getting this money anymore. Well, it's not something you can wean yourself off of without cutting a major part of your budget. So you have seen other representatives come forward and say, we're not gonna approve this if you don't hold on to the hold harmless. So we see a lot of that go back and forth. What I would tell you is we're watching it closely, because what is gonna be the tipping point is really my question. If you use the 88th session as a guide, you watch them progress towards an answer with 100 last session. And then when everybody started jockeying, they just went, no, we're not gonna play that. Let's just cut the whole thing. And that's what I'm worried about happening again, is that as they start to try to stick in the extra things and somebody goes, but pull that hold harmless. So I was gonna say, if you keep pushing that, we're just gonna cut the whole thing and we're not gonna have it. So I think that's one of the big things we've been watching, because Paul and I have spoken several times that without that hold harmless, this budget looks very different, and for many school districts. So we need it. We absolutely need it, because it's the dichotomy, right? Everybody wants the extra homestead exemption. As a Texas resident, bring it on. But as someone who understands how that funds our school districts, I'm torn, because I know that each time you are freezing a value or you are adding additional homestead exemption, that is less funding coming to us. So we need that, for sure.
And I've put it as, you took money away from me. How can you say that, and you said you're gonna give it to me to make it up, and how can you say later, oh no, we're not gonna make it up anymore? We're just gonna make you live off less. Now, that's completely unfair, and where they're coming up with any of the ideas, I don't know, but that's our legislature. Okay, any other questions? Okay, now, so this is just a summary, basically, of all that information together, of where we will stand in 24, 25, where my best estimate is. You'll notice I started the year, I budgeted 13,302. I'm now saying we'll make about 13 million in property taxes. Again, it's got to do with SB 2 and SB 12, and and until we get a consistent system, it's difficult to budget. These numbers carry forward from my other spreadsheet. These numbers for the state aid all come in from that summary of finance work. The other numbers are just kind of ballpark numbers. Usually I try to go a little low, just to be safe. But that gives us for 25, 26, 32, almost 32.6 million. And what I can tell you is I now have at least 4 different versions of Omar's spreadsheet with various different numbers, whether HB2 passes, HB2 doesn't pass. And now I'm going to work with, as I said, I just got the certified values today. I'm going to start plugging those in and seeing where they actually bring me. So they should offset with state aid, even if that goes down. So it should offset by state aid going up because it's based on attendance and enrollment, not on, yes.
So then the 93% of the enrollment, that is from Casey's?
No, that 93% enrollment is from the demographic report.
Demographic report,
Yes.
not a Casey estimate of.
Oh, no, that is not a Mo Casey estimate. Mo Casey, when they ran some numbers, had entirely different numbers than I did.
Okay.
And I actually sent them my spreadsheet and said, can you run that with my numbers? And I never heard back, so. Although actually I have a discussion with them tomorrow about some
You
stuff.
mentioned it, and that's why I wanted clarification whether.
Yeah,
that
no,
was-
these are based on our demographic numbers, not on anything from anybody else. It's based on what we know and what we expect.
Paul,
Yes.
what is foundation available? What are those, what's that mean?
That's the 2 parts of state aid that we get. Okay, there's the foundation is pretty much based on enrollment and attendance, and the available school fund is just, they kind of divide it up equally around. That number, even if if the foundation number changes, the available school fund is not gonna change. That's gonna stay consistent for those years. It rarely changes because it's based on what the available school fund has in its system, and they just use it to offset basically that other part.
Okay.
So,
And
it's just a method of the state funding it, it has nothing to do with us. We have to track it separately, I have to keep them separate, and the available school fund gets paid no matter what every month. The other one gets paid depending on what our tax collection system is.
I thought you made mention that 15 million came from like the Omar spreadsheet stuff. Is that not,
Yes.
where, like, I'm trying to.
Oh, I did not put that slide in here.
Ah,
Okay, there is a whole separate slide where all that money is at, but that number is directly from a separate piece
Okay,
of Omar's
nothing's
spreadsheet.
adding up to that number.
No. What I showed you from Omar's spreadsheet was basically all the data input,
Okay.
and trying to explain where I'm getting those data input. All those particular numbers come on a separate sheet, and I can send that to you if you'd like. Show you where the numbers come from.
What causes the massive jumps in the recapture? What changes?
Because our with property values going
Just
up,
from the property
it's
values
just,
going
yeah,
up?
it's just from our property value increases. And actually, I will say this again, I ran them today, and when I ran today, with newer numbers, there was no recapture in 25, 26, and then it doesn't start until 26, 27.
Really?
Yes, it's a one, until we settle up at the end of the year,
You don't know.
you don't know.
Right. And
So-
for those of you, just a reminder, because I know Lacey hears this, several times with the school finance piece, but, we all get the same bucket, right? So if our property taxes fill that bucket all the way up, the state says you have enough. So everything coming out of the bucket, if you think of it like a popcorn bucket, all the popcorn kernels that fall out of the bucket, because it's already filled with our property value stuff, that goes back through recapture. So that's where, Joel was talking to me earlier today about why don't we just get to keep what we get locally? And that's the big argument about the current system, right? But that's where we have to wait till everything settles up. We see, because again, you have the property value protest, you have all of the things that hold off what we ultimately get, all the collections like Clint just mentioned coming in, and then we settle back up with DEA, and that's when they say, okay, well, you already had a full bucket, so that now has to go out, so.
Is that okay? Just one other thing, when we do these state aid, numbers, when they do settle up, we do all that. I remember, some of y'all may remember we approved a contract to go with, Pope Consulting to look back at property taxes. And because they're basing it on a fixed point in time, there's lots of adjustments that occur all year long. As I said, this past year, all those adjustments that have occurred. So I'm thinking that, she's already told us that for 21 and 22, she thinks, by going back and inputting some new information with the state, we could fill up an extra $300,000 from those 2 years from the state.
That's good. It's a good investment for us.
Yes, for 3% of the, let's say, what we get back, it's a great investment. And I'm thinking we may end up there again in 24, 25 because of what I see all these adjustments coming through this year. Okay. All right, so we get to the final fun stuff, which is where we're gonna stand in terms of the total budget. Now, keep in mind, one of the things that is occurring in 25, 26 is we will have what's called a new instructional facilities allotment that we will be eligible for. Basically, it's 2 years, but the first year is for all the enrollment. And for us this year, it amounts to about $600,000 for in 25, 26. That's included right now in my state aid. The next year it goes down to about $40,000, which is why right now I've got a pretty good surplus, but that's a one-time thing right there. And we budgeted in some work on some capital stuff that we would like to do to be able to take. That's why there's a $375,000. Is that what I got in there? 335. Okay. Yeah, I gotta get better glasses or contacts. I do have included what the salaries for new positions included in our current budget. And here, I've increased several other items where we are fairly certain we will have changes and increases. I'm expecting a fairly good increase in our property insurance as we bring on the new high school. I'm hoping it will be less than that, and we will get some better numbers when they come out with their numbers in June. But I do know last year we were very fortunate. We had one of the lowest increases in their area. So I was thrilled. And I built in, this is actually that 3%. It's actually a little higher than what, was my estimate based on last year and this year and making an estimate. Alicia ran numbers and that's actually, I'm a little high on what that 3% is. So, but right now, as we look into it, we would have a positive fund balance when we can afford what we're talking about. And then also this year, based on what I think will be the changes, what I think we're actually gonna make in state aid versus what we are going to lose in property taxes, what we've made budget changes for, we will almost break even again at only a $31,000 deficit. And then budgeting out for the future, it's difficult to budget. Because of the growth and everything else, but I factored in 12 new positions again. For 27, 28, I factored in even more positions because we're gonna be opening the elementary with more administrative, more other staff. So I tried to factor those in, at least put in some fairly hefty numbers to try to cover that and then go forward. So we are, yes, there's some deficit here, then a positive, then a deficit, then a positive again as we move forward. So, but those are very difficult to budget. Once it's hard enough to budget 1 year anymore, much less 5. We have to just base on what we've done in the past. So
Are we, I know we're still considered fast growth. We maximized out, are we receiving any additional things from the state just because of that? Because I've been
Yes.
there for a while, so that is, we are receiving.
we are
those.
now getting money on. Oh, excuse me. Yes, we are now getting money on fast growth.
So we are getting money now on fast growth.
Yes, the first year was a pittance, but it is going up, but it is ratcheting up each year.
But is that also forcing us, are we allowed to keep those, or is that forcing us to go back into the recapture to send that back? Because I know it falls into your tax, so how so we're getting extra money because we're fast growth, but then we still have to send back additional recapture because the others, so is there a
Well,
balance there where we get to keep a certain amount?
Well, as I said, the recapture right now is very minor, and that's all built into this. What you see on all these state aid money is based entirely on, I've factored in us as a fast growth district,
Okay.
okay?
So that's factored in? Okay,
Yes.
I know what you did now, okay.
Hang on, let's see if I can remember. Let's see if it's on here. Here, these lines right here,
Okay.
that is the number that is actual number that they've used for us for fast growth. This is my projection for each one of these years based on
So
our,
each year we'll receive additional funding?
Yes,
based
and-
on that.
but we're still in the lowest tier.
Yeah.
But we are receiving money based on that. That is factored into our budget.
I know we don't give much back, but can you lower your tax rate to not give back?
You don't want to.
You don't want to do that.
You don't want to.
Okay.
Because right now, one of the things we have is the golden, we haven't really talked about golden pennies and copper pennies, but we have golden pennies and copper pennies and they help immensely. We're giving a very small amount back for what we're getting.
I mean, but if it became bigger or something,
Even then, they would penalize you for, again, you gotta wanna keep, especially the golden pennies. But the copper pennies help too. They're not great, but they help.
And currently, we are, by their calculation, because I know it varies on what program, how we get classified as rural or non-rural. But currently with HB2, rural is 5,000 or under, so we still qualify as rural for that particular.
Small and mid-size.
Yes, small, mid-size, rural, is what, the kind of vernacular is. But we are trying to talk through with TEA, what is that definition? Because it varies from grant funding to, the raises, to things like that. And it's gotten us into some arguments when Marion is rural in some cases, and we're not, or vice versa. So I think that is something that's gonna be challenging for us going forward with financing and grants, but did wanna clarify that yes, we fall into the small and mid-size section for the current additional funding through HB2.
Are we going to, if we're approving this budget, are we going to see more of the detail behind these line items over here or not? What's the normal procedure on that? I don't know.
We have not provided that detail in the past. I'm happy to I can provide more detail if you wish it, when we get numbers set.
Okay, I'm just asking, I don't know what normal protocol is, I just see a couple $1 million in additional stuff, and so,
It has not been provided in the past, but I'm happy to provide whatever y'all would like.
We used to, in the past, we used to get a capital expenditures, holdout. They'll have certain money held out for that, or we'll get the, obviously we get the salary increase because we're getting the,
Sure.
requisitions from Mandy, things like that. It's I think the ones you're talking about probably are these, where it says other expenses.
Well, and the
Right.
capital,
Right.
yeah.
Well, one of the things I do give as we're getting in closer to the budget, and I'm still meeting with staff about some of the budgets, so some of those numbers I went high to make sure I wouldn't be able to cover
Sure.
anybody.
Yeah.
But as we go through that process, one of the things I will provide is a worksheet that says, here's what we spent last year on a particular, let's say,
Oh.
the supplies. And I will try to give you enough detail to tell you why particular items are going up. Okay, here's this,
Yeah.
this went up because of this went up because of this. And especially with capital outlay, I will tell you exactly what's gonna be bought, or what is thought to be, what we are planning on spending that money on.
It's all curious. Awesome.
No problem.
And we will, anything that is a large capital outlay expense, we're definitely going to be communicating to you.
Sure.
One of the things Paul and I have been talking about are some of those one-time funding pieces, where we wouldn't, it looks great, you see, let's say $600,000, and you say, oh, let's give that as a raise, but that's a one-time infusion of money, so we wouldn't be able to sustain it. So then we start to look at, is that an improvement to a field, right? That we know we need to strip everything off of, and we've gotten a, $249,000 estimate for. Because that would be an expense, that would be something that, hey, you have this money, this is a good time to do that, but we would still be bringing that to you so that you're aware of, that's what we're budgeting for that one-time increase.
Okay. This is the debt service portion of, I go through the, again, it's a same process as actually the bottom part of that one spreadsheet. One thing I will point out, if you'll notice down here, the total tax rate, because of compression, even though I'm saying we're gonna go up to 50 cents, we'll go up 4 cents on our debt service rate. Because of compression, our tax rate will actually come down in 25, 26. So,
And I'm gonna throw this out there, this is why people get confused when people ask for bonds and people ask for VATREs, because it's very hard to tell people we're asking for money or we're increasing this, but you're actually gonna pay less. Because that literally is when you go, someone's lying, that doesn't make sense. But when you see the numbers, this is actually how it works based on the compression, is that you're able to say, I may ask for more, but it's likely that you will actually pay less. And that is the hard trust and communication that we have to have as we continue to talk to people about school finance, because it is extremely confusing and it sounds shady. It really does. So I'm glad that he's pointing this out, but this is not the first time we will be talking about it or having to communicate with our community, that even though you're seeing an increase in what is approved as the tax rate, ultimately with compression, you will be paying less.
and so as you can see, it's going down each year a little bit, even though, for the next 2 years, I'm basically thinking that we will be at 50 cents, because of, as we issue the debt that's still remaining to be outstanding, that we still have to issue the $100 million that's still left. I'm not sure what I'm gonna be able to issue. I know, at this point, what I built in was exactly based on my tax collections. I basically plugged a number that said that's what it's gonna cost, that's what I can pay for new debt in 25, 26. This is what I can pay for new debt in 26, 27. So I come to a number, and you'll notice that it's down here, it signals like there's an excess, or there's a deficit each year. That's gonna be made up by that hold harmless from state aid. But as I'm gonna talk to, I was actually talking to Dwayne today, but I'm probably gonna send him this and say, this is what we need to start thinking about, and based on what our property values are.
Because that was gonna be my question on the tax rates, you have them going down based on our current situation.
Yes.
But it doesn't take into account, should we go and request another bond?
That's what
As
That-
the planning is,
If we
as
have,
our planning for plans for
If-
that.
I can actually build it where I stay 50 cents forever, if we want,
Okay. Even if we did that.
Even if we do that, we can say 50 cents, and that's as far as we can go. And I can actually redo I thought about doing the budget as based on 50 cents for the next few years, because I think that's where we're gonna be.
Yeah.
So I actually thought about doing that, but I didn't, but I may do that for the rest of the presentations.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if you kind of project we're gonna spend this much on a bond, what would it?
Well, that's gonna be to me, for me, it's more along the lines of how much debt service am I gonna be able to afford?
Yeah.
Right.
And I can show those numbers to talk to Dwayne, so we can try to plan out. But, again, as I said, I got the property values today, and they were down from what I was thinking. Which, it means that I'm gonna be able to issue less debt than I thought. So I may have to space it out, but it's part of it's gonna be, and it'll be a planning thing where we let y'all know what's happening, but I will issue at some point some bonds in July, that we will be issuing some bonds in July, whatever we can max out to get to that, close to that 50 cents. And then we will have to factor in when we can issue the rest of it in order to finish everything up. And how that's gonna be issued and how that's gonna be done. We're already been having conversations with Dwayne about how that could or could not be done. There's ways to do it, it's just how to figure it out. So the actual, this year I'm actually, for 24-25, I think we'll end up on the positive side, again. 25-26, if we go full blown on all the debt, I'm thinking, we'll break even, and we'll stay break even or a little below for the next few years, is what I'm projecting. But again, all depends on debt service as we go forward. But we will work with Dwayne and make sure that we will be able to cover all of our debt. And like I said, I just factored in whatever I can cover with our current tax rate and what I project the state will give us.
And I know it's overwhelming, for sure, it's overwhelming for us as well, when I'm sending you these legislative updates and proposed bills, but, some of the things we were looking at that were coming up for discussion this week, were, percentage of INS debt, and if you have more than X amount, you wouldn't be able to go out for another bond. I mean, there is some crazy stuff that is really restrictive to that local control, and so we're keeping an eye on that as well, because even just going over it with Paul, we were like, how does that make any sense? But, and again, I like to refer to it as the Wild Wild West right now, because everybody's just throwing stuff to see if it sticks, but if some of this does stick, it is very scary for a growing district like us, about how much we can issue in debt, about if a bond fails, when you can go back out again, if you fail the VATRE, whether you can do certain things to change your tax rate or not. I mean, there's a lot that they are definitely trying to take away from local control, so we do need to be aware, and I will certainly alert you if it looks like those things are moving forward, so that we're able to get in touch with representatives and say this isn't good for us at all.
And hopefully some of them will understand that. Debt service, the only reason the toughest thing about debt service and budgeting now again is the SB2, SB12 stuff that hit, and trying to figure out how much we're actually gonna collect in taxes. I'm hoping in the next year, I will say this year, the comptroller finally put out a few more rules to help people figure out how to report these and this information, but I still think there's a lot of confusion statewide, not just here, but a lot of other places in the state. Child nutrition is the last budget. There's only 3 budgets you're required to approve. We do have other budgets, so we do have some federal funds, some state grants that we have gotten. But those are budgets that you do not have to approve and adopt. Those are grants that are received, and we budget those as we receive them. Child nutrition is the last, and one of the salaries, the payroll costs here, we factored in an additional person that's going to be needed when we start next year. That's one of the positions on the agenda tonight. So, in addition to supplies, it's a little tougher to budget, this next year because this past couple of years, we have had a lot of extra state, federal money thrown. They had now I can't think what it's called,
I know
Correct.
exactly what you're talking about, and I can't
What's-
think of the name of it right now either.
No, what's the big one? No, no, but the other one where we kept, supply chain, that's it, supply chain, that's the one I kept trying to think of. But that one, you're right, the other one was bigger. We had Carlette got an $85,000 grant this past year, and we also, over the past couple of years, have gotten like $60,000 to $70,000 a year for that supply chain issues that the Texas Department of Agriculture had. So, but those funds are ending now, she still operates a great program, it's gonna be in a positive. The good thing is also, we now look at 6 months you can have 6 months worth of fund balance, instead of in the past, it had to be, you could only hold 3 months worth of fund expenses in fund balance. So that puts us on, where she's in good shape, and, we project that we will stay in good shape over the next few years as we grow. Any questions? I think that's the last slide.
Anybody have any questions or comments about anything?
Thank you for being so conservative and just all of your hard work with this budgeting. It's a lot of numbers.
I love what I do.
Except public speaking.
Except public
We
speaking.
appreciate you doing this.
I'm okay, but like I said, I have to move around. I can't stand behind the podium. I have to be able to move. Just don't hold me when you see all these numbers and I go, nothing matches. By the time we get through, very few of those revenue numbers will be the same. The totals may come out close, but very few of the actual numbers are gonna be the same anymore.
And I do think, I definitely want to thank Paul for the work he's done. Any legislative year is a challenge for budgeting because we're literally holding our breath and waiting to see what will change. But in addition to that, the last legislative session with the frozen values, with the changes in the homestead exemption, and the entities that monitor that, not checking to see that the software people that they hired had updated their spreadsheets, has caused a great deal of angst. And Paul has gone back and forth, and we've had meetings, and we've said, let us check your numbers, let's go to Mo Casey, we'll come back, we'll show you our numbers again. The back and forth to just get real numbers on property value has complicated this beyond just a legislative year. And I think we're closer than ever.
Yes.
But truly to watch Paul go back and forth with these folks, to have to go and teach, to then bring them back to a spreadsheet and run it several times. I have seen the frustration. I have felt it for him. But he is determined to make sure we know what we're going to have. And I feel very confident that even though we are waiting on final numbers, we're waiting on the legislature, he will be able to bring you a budget that is conservative, but still is mindful of what our goals are in making sure we have the staff to maintain the class size numbers that we know are important here, but also have a compensation package that we know will make us a place people want to come and work at. And never underestimate the power of having the ability to say, we are not in a deficit, or we are in such a $31,000 is not a deficit. Again, when you have neighboring school districts in the 20 plus, deficit, millions, to be able to give people the confidence that you're coming on board to a school district where last one in, first one out is not going to be a consideration, because you're not thinking, well, they're on the verge of a RIF. You have to know that when 85+% of your budget is staff, and staffing costs, that's how you get out of that deficit. And it's incredibly nerve-wracking for people who are actually taking the time to think about that, about jumping to a district that already is in such a big deficit. So I appreciate the conservatism. We certainly are happy to communicate with you, with anyone in our community that wants more information. We'll set up a time, you know, Paul's happy to sit down. We're happy to break down those codes so people can interpret what is posted each month. We show the check runs, we show what's been encumbered, we show what we've spent. We're very transparent about that, as we should be. These are taxpayer dollars, and we're very mindful of that. We have compensation task force tomorrow, so numbers will continue to be shared with that group so they can bring you their recommendation. But we're confident that, you know, these are worst case scenario numbers. We're optimistic and a little excited, but also cautious that if the changes don't happen that we see projected, you know, we're ready. But if they do, we have some opportunity to really make some headway in our compensation. And so we've talked through what that looks like and want to be prepared to share that with you guys as well. So we'll continue the conversations and kind of hold our breath, because yeah, every morning Colin comes in and I'm like, is it a good day today with the spreadsheet, or have we found something else that might be a roadblock? But we're realistic about that, and I'm excited about the opportunities, and very grateful again for you, Paul. It's a lot of work, and I know emotionally you are highly invested in making sure we have the accurate information and that there are no surprises, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
If there's nothing else, before we adjourn, I didn't do roll call when we opened, so I'm just gonna state that so we have it for the record. We started our meeting at 6 o'clock. Those present at 6 o'clock were Becky Stevenson, Clint Shive, Donna Gillian, Melissa Sartain, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick, and Lacey Gosh joined us at 6:03.
Good
And
job.
with that, we're gonna adjourn this budget meeting workshop, and we will reconvene at 7 o'clock for our regular board meeting. Okay, so time is 7:01. And we're gonna call the meeting to order and begin with our invocation and pledges from Mrs. Schwartzman.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Please bow your heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus, and we thank you for all the many blessings you've given us thus far this school year. We're thankful for our students, our staff, and a board that is here to make decisions that are in the best interest of our students. We ask for your wisdom and guidance in each and every decision that is made here tonight and always, and we ask that you lead us into the next month with a sense of gratitude for all the accomplishments this school year, and give us the opportunity to plan and make impactful decisions in the coming months for the next school year. For it is in your name we pray, amen.
All right, the announcement that this meeting has been duly called and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.043 of the Texas Government Code. Those present this evening are Becky Stevenson, Clint Shive, Donna Gilliam, Melissa Sartain, Lacey Gosh, Dan Reinhardt, and Joel Frederick. Individuals wishing to participate in this portion of the meeting have signed up before the meeting and will be called to the podium to give their public comments. Mr. Peter Snavin? Did I say that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me first say, I've been kind of jumping around to these different entities, kind of speak with you all briefly, and I'm glad you guys put the, oh, sorry.
No. I think it's on.
Good stuff. Another native of Texas, up in the Northeast, I was happy that you guys put the words up there for the pledging to Texas, because every time I'm here, I'm just like, I don't know what's happening. So I thank you for that. Good evening, Superintendent, President, board members. My name is Pete Snadden. I'm the current Chief Appraiser for the appraisal district down the road here. Been chief for the last 5 years. Been with the district since 2008. And here today, obviously, to kind of as a prelude to a formal presentation I'll be bringing to you all once my board of directors and I have settled on a remedy to the issue that we currently have for facility space planning. Like most, obviously, here in Texas, we've been hit with the growth. We've kind of maxed out our current facility that was built in '84 at about 5,000 square feet. They did renovate in 2008, added an additional 3,600 square feet, but at this point, 17 years down the road here, we've reached a point where we're unable to provide the services that maybe we did when we were a little bit smaller because of the facility. Things such as, taxpayer assistance, education, things of that nature, kind of bring them in. We used to have some research rooms and things of that nature. I've had to repurpose those into appraisal board member panels due to the increase in our annual appeals. The last 3 years, we've gone over about 24,000 appeals each year. We have about 75 days to get that done, and so that way we can certify values for you all by the 25th. So it's been a challenge the last few years. So about this time last year, I reached out to my board of directors, and we decided we were going to look to address it by looking at different options. We looked at purchasing additional land as well, building a 2-story property, and then we settled on, at this point in time, was purchasing the old Mary B. Erskine School in Seguin. It's a 4-acre campus, 3 levels that we can utilize now to meet the needs of our current operations, but also the flexibility down the road to then, as the ARB demand grows, we can kind of move them out into some of those exterior office to hold that stuff there, and then we can backfill if necessary where they used to be on the bottom level of that school. Through this process, obviously, we've been cognizant of the funding demands, that everybody's been dealing with, ISD-wise, as well as our local entities. always sought out to meet our demands, but also minimize the cost to the taxpayers and to you all. We can't issue any bonds or levy a tax, so therefore our funding is based off of the allocations of the entities that we serve. Let's see, Navarro currently is about 6% allocation of our total budget, so it would be roughly that amount of the total project. And those details I'll have when I come here in the next month or so with the final project, so that way I can answer questions as well as kind of go over exactly everything that we did from day one. I appreciate your time. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I do apologize, I didn't mention before calling Mr. Smedden up, but there are the guidelines and parameters to public comments on the back of the papers that were filled out. And I just want to remind anybody who signed up to speak that there is a 5-minute limit, and then I think most importantly, comments related to grievances against district employees aren't allowed, and that remember that the meeting is a meeting held in public, it's not a public meeting. I just wanted to reiterate that, and I meant to do that before he spoke, and I apologize. At this time, Skylar Heidelbach. If you'll just say your name into the microphone for the record, please.
Alrighty, my name is Skylar Heidelbach.
Alright, and you'll have 5 minutes, thank you.
Alright, thank you. So, I'm here to discuss the topic of Belinda Lara's contract not being renewed. The reason that we were given is due to a code, I can't remember the number off the top of my head and I apologize for that. But essentially it breaks down to being in the best interest of the district to not renew the contract. With that in mind, I would like everyone to be aware of the fact that in her 2 years as a teacher here, even on a probationary period, she has brought many accolades and awards to this school and has taken students further than many of the other teachers here have in their longer careers. And bringing this up to you members of the board, the idea that you are all here to help make the best decision for the students and for the district, it does not seem truthful or honest to say it is in the best interest for these students who look up to her, who admire her, who respect her, who have truly come out of their shell because of her, to get rid of a teacher who has helped these students in ways many other teachers have not been able to do up until this point. So I want all of you to keep an open mind and an honest heart to the situation. Is it truly best for these students who love Belinda Lara and to all the things that she has managed to accomplish in her short service to the school, to get rid of somebody as important and helpful to this district? She is not just the high school art teacher. She is also the vase coach, she is also the speech coach, and the dance coach for the junior high.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. She is pulling off 4 hats, and she is not asking for more money. She is not asking for anything more other than just to continue to be here for the students that she loves and cares about. So once again, I want you to consider whether it is truly in the best interest of the district to get rid of a teacher and a mentor to all these wonderful students who could not have gone as far as they did without her instruction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we have one more person signed up for public comment. That's going to be Ms. Belinda Lara. Laura, if you'll say your name into the microphone, please.
Hello, my name is Ms. Belinda Laura.
Yes, ma'am, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Belinda Laura, and I am here tonight to speak on my behalf regarding my status of my contract. Many of you do not know my background, so allow me to share my story. I am a proud Latina woman from Valpurias, Texas, a small, humble town in the heart of South Texas. Growing up, I did not have much, but thanks to the unwavering support and encouragement of my mother, I not only became a strong Mexican woman, but an educated one. I was the first in my family to graduate high school with honors, and I went on to graduate from university also with honors. I am a self-made, first-generation college graduate, and that title is one I wear with immense pride. Because of where I come from and the journey I have taken, I see it as my mission to fight for what is right, to open doors for others like me, and to inspire students who pursue their dreams passionately. I am not here only to advocate for myself, but to represent all of those who come after me. Those who seek more from life and are willing to work hard for it. There are few teachers today who can genuinely say they love their profession, and yet I can. Are there hard days? Yes, of course, but I can truly say that from the depths of my soul, I love what I do. I love teaching, coaching, mentoring, and most importantly, I love my students. They motivate me to be the very best version of myself, and am I perfect? No. I make mistakes, as anyone, especially a new teacher. Teaching is not about having all the answers. It's about adaptability. It's about growth. And above all, it's about care for our students. In just these 2 short years for the district, I have achieved more than I have ever imagined. As the art teacher, I have successfully led students to compete at the state level of the prestigious Visual Arts Scholastic event, where only the top 10% of artists across Texas are recognized. But I also took the roles of UIL Prose and Poetry Coach, where I was able to get a student to place 5th in the entire region, especially when our district is very, very competitive as far as speech and debate comes. In addition to these achievements, I served as the sponsor for the high school art club, providing students enriching experiences in various art forms and fostering a deeper understanding of artistic expression. Yet, as I begin my 2nd year, I held my accomplishments with pride and ready to take on new challenges. However, I could not have foreseen the personal trials that awaited me. Between September and November of 2024, I experienced profound personal losses, the passing of my grandfather, my tío, and a dear friend along with her unborn child. Simultaneously, I struggled with significant health issues, but despite these hardships, I remained committed to my students. I continued to coach and mentor because my students deserve consistency and care even when I myself was struggling. I took on yet another challenge, founding and coaching the first junior high dance team, a task that required patience, resilience, and dedication to the health and safety of my dancers. Those that were instilled in me as a 17-year drill member. Over these past 2 years, I have built a strong, supportive community with my students. My goal has always been to create a safe and positive environment for students who feel like outsiders, especially where they can find hope and prosperity. Yet I stand before you today because it was decided that I no longer serve the best interests of the district. I have been dismissed without giving clear, documented reasons in writing, something that I respectfully requested and deserved. The concerns raised do not outweigh the good I have brought to the district, and I have always advocated for what is right and have encouraged my students to do the same, to find their voices, to speak for themselves, and become the future leaders of this world. That spark of leadership starts with teachers like myself. And I know for certainty that I have kept my students educated, elevated, and graduated. And so I leave you with this decision in your hands. Are we truly willing to cast aside an educator who loves her profession, someone who has overcome adversity, and someone who has demonstrated time and time again her commitment to her students in this community.
Thank you, Ms. Laura.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to hear from AGCM. Melissa, are you speaking tonight?
Yes,
And Miss Melissa New, doing our construction update.
Good evening, everyone. Madam President, Dr. Epley, members of the board, it's good to be back. Just the right or left arrow?
Turn it on.
Is it on? So, yeah,
Yeah.
it's on now. Great.
All right,
didn't have problems.
thank you.
The other guys didn't have problems.
I had problems too. Remember to point up.
You just wanted a
Okay,
dramatic
I'll pay better
start.
attention, yes. All right, so bringing some updates for the high school and all the bond projects. So trying now to look for pictures of things that look a little bit different. Again, on the outside, we're continuing with all the EFS work. Mason is on hold right now until we get some more footings in for some more walls. We'll have them come back and finish all the rest of the stonework, which is minimal. So this is just a front sampling. They're working on some EFS on the back side as well. As far as the interior of the classroom wing, bathrooms, partitions are in, fixtures are in, it's just about done. There's notes on every classroom and restroom that say this room is finished, do not enter. So we are hitting the classrooms really well. Ceilings are closed, lighting's in, millwork, countertop. You can see the flooring protection throughout. Again, this is the 2-story portion of the building, so this is a sample of a teacher workroom. Not a sample, it is the teacher workroom. Sorry. And then just continuing, I'm walking around looking for places of new things. So this is on the 2-story, walking towards the library. Down to the bottom right would be entrance to the competition gym. So here they're working on ceilings throughout the big open area. As far as admin, all the millwork countertops, walls are pretty much done, ceilings are closed up, flooring will be coming next. This is kind of a shot from where people would enter the school. So you see the wall tile down the corridors, they're framing the ceilings here. This will actually be your secure vestibule, but we need big openings to get big products in the building still, so these walls are not closed up yet. Just another shot, and you can see some of the light fixtures are being hung. Still a lot of above ceiling work happening as well. Taking a look at the cafeteria, some paint is going on the walls. The hard ceilings are in. They're working on framing the acoustical ceilings. Overhead doors are supposed to be coming in this next week or so, or not coming, they're here, installed for the receiving lines and things for the kitchen. As we look to the kitchen, the wall tile is in. It's all been grouted since 4 days ago, so ta-da. Going into the auditorium, we have that big dance floor, the big scaffolding that was in there before, so that was taken down late last week. It's starting to come together, looking like an auditorium now. It was dark in there the day that we were taking pictures, but you got the ceiling clouds going in. They'll continue with the last set of ceiling clouds there. It's getting framed out. Continuing sheetrock on the walls, priming, floating, all the things. As we hit to the CTE, they've started painting, block filling's done, painting. Still duct work needs to happen here. Electrical, plumbing continues. Glass is going in these classrooms in the back side of the building as well. Another look at the welding shop. The welding crane is supposed to be here in the next couple of weeks, so that'll be cool. Or shop crane, not welding crane. Shop crane will be getting installed, so that'll be a cool update. Other than that, still duct work, MEP happening in all the big spaces. Band hall, they're starting to frame up for the ceilings. Again, continuing with finishing up electrical and ductwork. Locker rooms, same song, MEP, above ceiling ductwork. They have the locker room benches in, and then the platforms for the lockers themselves. All the plumbing is in the walls, no fixtures yet in these areas. Competition gym, same, lots of sheetrock going in. Today they were welding on the extra supports needed for our scoreboards that are going, like where the framing is opening in the wall, there's a big scoreboard that goes back there. We also have a center hung one, and then we'll have another wall hung from the wall where I'm taking the picture. But again, all the mechanical, electrical, and plumbing work in the big spaces. I don't have pictures of the weight room practice gym, they look the same. Ag barn, again, trying to look for something a little bit different. The walls are all painted block fill. They started painting the big steel beams. These are the water line posts that will hold the water lines. This is where the pens will be. As we look to the site, drive by, you can see all the light poles. They're starting to put landscaping in those islands where those poles are out in the parking lots. The entry, they poured concrete over those big box culverts. So overall, for site concrete work, to the right, upper right corner of the photo is really the only remaining concrete, a little bit more in the front as well, but we're just about done with pouring concrete. I think I have another, this is a shot from the other angle. This one I also threw up here because as we lead into athletics, you can kind of see it in the upper left. The silt fence is up. They started grubbing and clearing. And so for athletics, yeah, I need bigger notes now. Today was a great day, and I'm going to steal Scott and Eric's thunder. We got conditional site grading permit for baseball, softball. It's been a bit of a challenge, and so what we proposed is dividing so we could get kicked off with softball, baseball. There's some flooding concerns over on the Link Road side that we're going to work through. What else for athletics? Other than that, the LPA and Bartlett are here, and they'll speak to you about GMP3, and then give you an overview of what we're buying. It's really fantastic, and we're really excited to get things kicked off there. Chiller replacement, you have in your board packet the scoring and recommendations tonight. We're looking for approval to move forward on that. Once that recommendation's in, I'll be sending notifications to the respondents, and then we'll set up kickoff meeting and get going to allow them time to procure the chillers, because that is 32-week lead time. What else do we have? Junior high remodel refresh. Met and did another site walk with O'Connor Robertson last week. They're working on some design development drawings. If I hadn't explained before, what we're looking to do for the junior high refresh is when the high school goes, when the current high school goes to the new high school, we're looking at repainting, rebranding, right? We're gonna put junior high signage up on the high school building, changing out some lighting, potentially changing out some flooring. In the 500 wing, which is currently the library for the junior high, we're gonna make that into classrooms. We need more teaching space. So we have a library at the current high school. We'll be able to convert that into 2 classrooms. Also, staff does not have an adult restroom in that wing. We will be adding a restroom. No, just kidding. And then just refresh through the buildings there as well, painting, flooring, what we can do just to lighten and brighten the space. As far as the elementary, you also have in your board documents tonight looking to get a proposal approval for materials testing, so we can get moving forward on that. We're working on negotiating contracts with commissioning agents. LPA is working now on their design development drawings and documents. We continue to work with the city on moving through their unified development code process. So TIA is done. Now we're working with stormwater drainage, because we need to get that in order to start on any of the site work. The goal is in the next couple months, hopefully we have a site grading permit and we're able to start moving dirt there. What do we have next? Primary and intermediate parking playground kickoff meeting has been scheduled for May 21st. Casillas Construction will be our contractor on that. We're working with the district now. We've asked Casillas to provide us layout, mobilization ideas. We're taking school calendars, overlaying them with construction work, which is all in the summer, but we know that staff accesses the campuses. There may be activities on campuses, so just making sure that we're allowing for access and parking, and working together through that. And as far as the existing elementary and intermediate refreshes, a lot of that has been based on what we're doing at the new elementary, so some signage ideas are starting to come of what they're looking at for the new elementary, so how can we implement that on these campuses here? Again, rebranding, refreshing, we're gonna have to change the signage on the intermediate, because this will be the new elementary, the current elementary becoming an early childhood center, so just looking at some ideas on those changes, working with Ms. Wilson and Ms. Slowly, on making sure that we have those teaching spaces. And let's see where this goes. Is there any questions on that? Reminder, athletics will be coming with more. Yes, sir.
Intersection.
Oh, traffic signal. Okay, so, May 20th is when we're looking to start that. TxDOT didn't process our paperwork that I turned in, March of last year quite correctly. And so now they're trying to accelerate their approval process. Really, it's just a document that says, yep, we're building it, and we're turning it over to TxDOT as a donation. So I'm putting a lot of pressure on TxDOT to accelerate that, but for right now, GBEC has been out there. They're working on getting poles moved on the Timmerman side. We already have everything moved on the school side of the road. So Barlow will start laying out and doing what they can over on the Timmerman and then move towards 123. Last month, and I think this came before you all before, but the city is also upsizing sewer lines and water lines and things like that. So they gave it to me in writing that they will be boring under all our new construction, so we don't have patchwork already in the next year. So I've also asked them to keep us in the loop on their timeline there, because we'll be working on 123 together as they're doing their sewer line, that we make sure they're not slowing us down and they're not slowing us down. Is this gonna roll into athletics? No. No. Okay.
All right. Oh, right. Thank you, Melissa. Okay, we are going to move into discussion and information item number 6, the demographic study from Zonda.
So glad she went first. I would have been pointing all over the place with the clicker, so. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Early. I'm very grateful to be with you here tonight. And that was an awesome presentation with all those details of all the bond project and activities. So as someone who used to do that many, many years ago, that's a tremendous amount of detail, and she did a great job, and the parents doing an awesome job with all those details. So with that said, I'll tie into kind of what's going on. It's helping create that urgency with all that activity. So with that said, we'll talk just briefly about kind of what's happening with the local economy. We have seen a slight uptick in the unemployment from where we were about a year ago. So we analyze our fourth quarter data is really where we've got our spring report based off of. So you'll see me reference that a few times. Again, we've also seen a few things happen since that December timeframe. Some discussions about tariffs and some of those complications that are adjusting some things in the market. So we're also
monitoring and tracking that. But again, overall, things have been very, very strong related to the overall local economy. You may have a challenge seeing what those numbers look like, but what I would point to is kind of that hard number for the 24-25 related to that total growth. So the board has seen some of these numbers in this slide and in previous presentations. When you think about what happened prior to that pandemic year, really that 2021 year where we had that significant drop of 120,000 plus students that weren't in classrooms. We saw that return, and then again, that COVID return that we've probably referenced in several presentations. But what you will see is that number of somewhere about 12,700 students last year of growth, and this year's number was about 13,000 students. So we know we've got the population increases. When we look at some of the growth numbers that we've seen over the past number of years, we do think that there has been some shifting and some changing related to what student choices are going on right now. And so the last 2 years, we do see that, you know, homeschooling has impacted some of those numbers. And so that has impacted where those numbers have been to where we're seeing these current numbers. Overall, when you look at the last 5 years, the district has experienced significant growth. So overall, about 3.2% loss compared to where the region was 5 years ago. When we get into kind of the housing activity and what we see happening, San Antonio has been very, very strong related to the housing activity within the region. You'll see kind of that year-over-year comparison of what that fourth quarter of 24 was compared to the 23 number. And then we also reference a 32% increase when we look back kind of prior to the pandemic year. That 2019 kind of gives us an idea of the amount of activity that's been taking place in the region. So again, very, very strong. This I'll just point to when you think about kind of the last several years, some of the challenges that were felt in the building industry, dealing with challenges with materials, logistics, percentage rates that have gone up and down over that time frame. And so what we are seeing really is after you've kind of gone through the roller coaster the last few years is you are starting to see some numbers start to match up where your closings and your starts are kind of very closely correlated now. So builders are able to analyze what's happening in the marketplace, and depending on how many closings they've got, they're reevaluating how many starts they're going to continue to move forward with. Again, this really kind of speaks to the volume and the numbers that the district has seen over the last few years. When you take into consideration kind of the numbers that you saw back in 21 and 22, those have ramped up significantly over the last 2 years. Again, with about 748 starts in the 23 year and really this year, 844 starts. And then when you analyze the closings, which is extremely important because that also speaks to the fact of families and folks that are moving into these homes, you can see that, you know, you were at 798 related to the overall number in 23, and again, a very close correlation to where your starts were with closings at 834 for the end of the 2024 year. Again, I would just point to kind of where you're at when you look at kind of the amount of activity that's taking place. Again, you know, other areas of the region have a little bit larger volume and larger developments in those areas. So North Side and Medina Valley have quite a bit of activity, but when you take into consideration what you've had to the amount of activity that you currently have right now, again, that's significant. So again, the 844 is really kind of almost really kind of sixth related to the starts within that region, and then again, you're in the eighth place right now when we just track kind of where those numbers are in relation to everyone else in the region. And then again, we'll reference those 457 homes that are in inventory that are available to move in. So that's extremely important to continue to monitor that. And then we've got that almost 1,300 vacant developed lots that are ready to be built on within the district, within multiple developments around the district. And then 5,800 futures that are out there that are still in some planning stage of things. So we'll go through some of those details. Again, when we look at some comparisons from last year, in that fourth quarter to what we saw this, the fourth quarter of '24, you'll see a lot of pluses related to the starts, quarterly starts, as well as annual closings. All of those are positives. The only thing that we are continuing to monitor, and again, it kind of goes back to kind of the state of where the builders are monitoring the closings. Ultimately, we do have about 75 homes that are less than what we saw related to activity in the fourth quarter of '23. So we always want to kind of monitor those numbers and just track the pace of activity. So we have accounted for that a little bit in some of our projected numbers. Again, it's minimal when you think of some of the larger numbers that are out there, but we will kind of make those small adjustments as we see some of those shifts and things that are taking place. And again, some of those vacant developed lots and futures coming off are just the amount of activity that are taking place in the district. Overall, you'll see that we've got 17 active building subdivisions throughout the district. That's at 1,300 lots that are out there available to build on. 11 future subdivisions that are out there, so we'll highlight a few of them, not all of them, but we'll go through a few of them tonight. 700 lots that are currently being developed with streets and utilities going in and around them. And then, when we look at what happened just this fourth quarter related to the number of lots that were delivered by builders, we had about 242 additional lots that were added in just this past fourth quarter. So again, just kind of highlighting a few of these areas. Lily Springs, 400 total lots there. Again, about 59 vacant developed lots that are there. Again, want to always kind of monitor the amount of activity that's taking place. So 29 homes that are currently under construction right now. Again, that price point of $300,000. That one of the things that continues to push the amount of activity is when you look at various regions, the price points are very, very attractive. Just to the south of that is Water's Edge, that 355 total lots. Again, over half of that is in futures, but 62 vacant developed lots, 14 homes that are under construction. And then you do have a future out there with Cadova Road Track that has that 560 potential futures out there. Not a lot of activity taking place on that right now, but there's enough going on everywhere else that that's okay. Again, Three Oaks, currently showing about 5 homes under construction. So and that's a little higher price point there with Pacesetter Homes. You've also got our north unit that's got that 113 futures that are out there. They do have groundwork underway in that development currently right now with some of the utilities going there. So, and then you've got just to the south of that a couple of the Navarro ranch parcels that are there. Again, that 131 total lots with 71 vacant developed lots with 15 homes that are currently under construction. And then again, just to the south, I would say quite a bit of activity. So you think about 85 homes that are currently under construction in that development currently right now. So quite a bit of activity taking place with Lennar. And again, they're in that price point that's anywhere from that 260 up into that mid to high 400,000 range. And again, we've got Navarro Crossing. Again, I would reference there's about 24 vacant developed lots that are there, a few homes that are currently under construction, again with Lennar. They're continuing to move forward. And then KB Homes has the Woodside Farms development that's just to the south of that. Again, about 18 homes currently under construction. So a good amount of activity. And Hannah Heights just to the south of that, about 17 homes that are under construction right now with 72 vacant developed lots left to be built on there, being built by Davidson Homes. And then we've also got Cordova Trails that has, about 231 futures that are out there, 123 vacant developed lots, 10 homes that are currently under construction. Warman Farms, a future that's out there that we will continue to keep track of. And then Swenson Heights also has some activity taking place there with 15 homes currently under construction. On that one, they did have, just in this last quarter, they did deliver an extra phase of that overall development again, D.R. Horton. So as we kind of reference, and people will that have heard some of these presentations, they'll will reference, you know, the production builders. We've got a number of those that are here. So when we talk about KB Homes, Lennar, D.R. Horton, you know as board members that, but anybody that's listening from the community perspective, it's always important for us to kind of track how many of those developments are being built by those builders, because they're typically building at a much more significant volume than what some of your local custom builders potentially may bid. So whenever we look out on these projections, part of what we're analyzing is evaluating the number of those developments by those builders, knowing what kind of production they'll be able to do over the next several years. And again, this is just down the road, Cordova Crossing, 234 total lots, 47 vacant developed lots, a few homes currently under construction by Beazer Homes. And again, that's around that 300,000 range price point. And then Meadow of Mill Creek Park, again, 149 vacant developed lots that are there. They do have about 72 of those homes that are currently occupied within that development. So still quite a bit with those 124 futures that are out there for that development. So that's really the single family, multifamily. Again, you know, we reference within the overall San Antonio region, we have delivered, or the builders have delivered a number of those multifamily developments over the last year to 2 years. You'll see that has impacted those occupancy rates from where we were in that first quarter, or that January 23 to kind of the numbers that we got in 25. And a large percentage of that, when you think about that decrease in your occupancy rates, really has to do with that first row, that first column, second row, where it talks about units changed, and that means that really they've added about almost 14,000 additional units to the market within this past year. So that quarter over quarter comparison really does kind of impact that supply and demand evaluation. So with that said, multifamily within the overall district, you've got about 900 future multifamily units in kind of various stages there of planning, and then 500 of those units were completed in the last 6 months. So again, there has been some activity, but there still is a few more of those developments that will be coming, and would anticipate in the next several years that will continue. And then overall, when you look at kind of where we're at, and you look at the where we're at with projections, we had projections that were just a slight bit higher. And when I say a slight bit higher, we would have probably been in a range of about 270 for next year, and now we're projecting about 252. So a small adjustment there based off of, again, the construction activity that we see currently right now. Nothing of major significance related to your overall projections. Still anticipating the district's going to be somewhere in that 4,100 range by the time you get to the 29-30 school year. And again, looking at 10 years out, somewhere in that 5,500 student enrollment range. And again, this is where you're at. Again, the district's with the bond work taking place, this will remedy much of the challenges that you currently have working towards. But this also shows kind of where the challenges have been based off of what your current building capacities are. So again, kind of seeing some of those numbers in really just about every level where that would potentially be challenging for the next several years if the bond work wasn't taking place. So again, your new home starts, closings have continued to climb, have been very, very positive. Again, when you look at your year-over-year comparison, you've got a little over 100 starts compared to for your 24 versus your 23. Again, with those 17 active building subdivisions out there with 1,300 vacant developed lots, 11 futures with those 5,800 lots. There have been several that have been turned over in this last quarter with 700 lots that are currently being developed right now. So still ongoing activity taking place. And again, just in summation, 4,100 students by the time we get to that 29-30 time frame, and potentially 5,500 by the time we get 10 years out. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
There we go. 17 subdivisions, and we had, and on the other slide, you had 500 apartment complexes completed, but does your numbers take into account like the PFC that's coming in right there at the corner of Cordova and 46, and any other apartment complexes that might be coming in?
Yes, that will be tied into some of those numbers that were referenced for futures.
That's, okay, so futures includes the multifamily stuff that's also proposed as well?
Yes, sir.
And that's actually what I was going to talk about. When we did go over this presentation, we did talk about highlighting that pie piece where the PFC apartment complex is going to go, but also the property that has been purchased by another developer that I have shared with the board, that's off of 123 and has gained some adjacent property as well, and they're estimating 1,400 homes coming in. So we stay in contact with Zonda. We're alerting them of things we hear. They're of course looking at those permits that are getting pulled and things like that. And again, for those folks who are remembering that we had talked about 10 years down the line getting that 6,000 mark, and Zonda saying, you know, hey, we've made an adjustment based on some of the construction timeline and things like that. But that's why we have these increased quarterly reports, because we are staying on top of things, and as things develop or land is sold and it doesn't get developed, we want to have that information. And certainly I ask the question every time we meet, does this mean we need to slow down our proposed bond projects? And the answer is no. We have made significant adjustments to how we staff and how we build because of these reports. I know prior to me arriving, it was kind of a general practice that, hey, we estimate we'll grow 10% at each campus, and that's what we should look at for staffing. And I, dig deeper into this report, because if you'll look at those numbers, just for next year alone, junior high is jumping more than 14%. So for us to be much more accurate in what we bring to the board to ask for additional staffing, these demographic reports are really key to us. And so we want to make sure they have all the information. We're checking in with them. So we do appreciate the reports, and we will continue as we hear of developments to bring them that information so we have accurate numbers.
Any other questions or comments, contributions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move to item 6B, the student advisory presentation. Good evening.
Good evening. Can I take this off?
You may, when you guys go to speak, please just make sure you introduce yourselves to us again.
Okay, before we begin, we would like to introduce ourselves. So my name is Sophia Castillo, and I'm a senior.
My name is Daniel Glynn. I'm also a senior.
I'm Camden Shields, and I'm a junior.
My name is Avery Cisak. I'm a junior.
My name is Justin Browning, and I'm currently a senior as well.
My name is Giovanna Coelho, and I'm a senior as well.
My name is Colton Jones, and I'm a senior.
My name is Lizzie Hagan, and I'm a senior. My name is Faith Castillo, and I'm a senior.
My name is Jack Heel, and I'm a junior.
Okay, today we're just here to kind of talk about what went on throughout the year. We weren't just trying to skip our 7th period on Fridays, so let's see. So we are a team of kind of dedicated students from different activities trying to really recognize the things that are doing great in this district, and also some things that we would like to change and how we would like to change. We went over some really great bonding events at the beginning of the year, and then we went over some ideas, and Dr. Eppley talked that out with us. And more specifically, this year we focused on quality over quantity, and that meant like kind of fewer projects for us, but deeper impact and better execution. Can I take that?
Sure. So, basically, being student advisory, the biggest, I'd say, thing that makes us different is that we're composed of students, so we have, better insight into what we might like to be changed or what we see issues with in the district, or things that we really like, or just things we could give our insight as students on to the administration. This is just an example I'm pulling from my memory, but really early in our student advisory, the topic of dress code came up. Now, I know this year we decided to change some things with the dress code, but Ms. Epley really wanted to gain our insight on what we thought should be acceptable, or what we think we should keep the way it is, or what we think should be changed. And one of the things we got from that was like, maybe crazy colored hair we shouldn't have, but facial hair might be okay, and that was something we had implemented this year. So that's kind of what student advisory is all about, and here in the presentation we have a couple different pages on the things we have talked about all year and either accomplished or brought attention to, which we can get to here.
So I'm going to hand it over to Gigi to talk about some of the topics that we went over this year.
So we talked a lot about problems and concerns. We had a lot of discussion, not just covering problems and concerns, but that was our main topic of interest. So some of the problems up there, as you can see, they're highlighted. The greens are ones that we have solved. The yellow are ones that we're working on right now. And then the purple are ones that we still have to discuss or still have to work towards. So some of the problems and concerns we have solved are after-hours gate access to athletic facilities, because there was a lot of conflict. I myself am in tennis, so it was hard trying to find days when we could go after and the gates would be open and you could practice. And that also goes for softball and baseball and just any of the facilities and the track as well. Another issue was food quality, especially a concern with milk. We have brought that to concern to the people in the cafeteria, and they have addressed the issue, and they have let us know that if there are any further issues, that we can go and talk to them. And another one is transition away from St. Philip's College. We are moving away from St. Philip's, and so hopefully the quality of teaching and learning will be a lot better and more suited for our growing school. Some of the other issues have been UIL continuation and involvement, especially with getting teachers and having specialty classes and being more involved in our UIL academics. Another one is interference with athletics and academics, because a lot of times people want to take these AP dual credit or other important classes to them, and they can't because athletics conflicts with that, and it's just unfair to make students choose between their academics and their athletics. Another one is preparing 8th graders for high school. A lot of times people feel unprepared when they go into high school. It's something new and exciting, but it's also really nerve-wracking. So just getting them prepared, telling them everything that we can so that they're prepared to be high schoolers and they know everything. Specialty classes and other programs were another topic of interest. So just this also might include UIL or any other like cooking or just classes that are more towards jobs and careers that you might be interested for in the future. Tardies and absences, there have been issues with what is with tardies, and then just if getting there late is not the same punishment as if you're absent, or you get more punishment when you're tardy than when you're absent. So that issue there. The master schedule, just planning classes around athletics and then also other academics and things, and just making sure that there's not any core classes or AP dual credit that conflict. Dual credit and AP classes, integrating them, combining them, because sometimes some of these dual credit classes are online, so just finding ways in which we can take more classes or they be more efficiently used. Maintaining traditions is another topic that we covered. And then fitness, weightlifting classes, because athletics is mostly for the people who are in sports, so just allowing other people to join even if they're not in the sport.
Some of the long-range recommendations that we spoke about this year is the master's schedule, advanced courses, and 4-year planning, UIL academics, and culinary/home economics, and those will be dove into.
So for the master's schedule, that was one of our main topics of interest and of conflict. So the master's schedule, of course, outlines what the classes and what classes are available for high schoolers. So making it accessible to students or parents if it's possible, so that we can make these changes if there are conflicts, because I myself have had conflict before, especially with my athletics and my pre-calculus. I had to choose between pre-calculus, my dual credit U.S. history class, and athletics. I ended up not having to do athletics, but still participate in tennis, and I was able to take those dual credit history classes and that pre-calculus class. So being able to avoid all those conflicts before school even starts, because I walked in that first day and I did not have the correct 5th period, so that was very fun to deal with. And also providing dual credit and honors classes not during the 1st or 4th period, because those are the designated athletic periods. And I know there have been students who wanted to take AP English 4 this year, but they weren't able to because of athletics, and or have other options of class times if it's possible, because I know there are some classes that have multiple periods, such as pre-calculus, government, and speech. Also, if there's a conflicting core class or a college class, because a lot of times these dual credit classes and these AP classes take hundreds and maybe thousands of dollars off of the cost of college. And like the average cost of tuition is $477 per credit hour. So if you get that off from paying for college, then it'll just be a huge relief and people won't have to worry about paying as much. There should also be some sort of agreement that allows students to participate in their sport while being academically sound. I was able to maintain good standing in tennis and also be academically sound as well. So just for those people who are able to balance those out, not like punishing them for that. Some exceptions, of course, can be like bad behavior or poor performance. And usually, if students are dedicated to their sports or their school, they will find time to practice it. And most practices are before and after school anyways, so that shouldn't be too much of a conflict. Thank you.
So concerning the master schedule, I was more concerned about trying to figure out ways to make the schedules for all the students a bit easier, trying to lower the amount of constraints and conflicts while also giving students a bit more freedom. One of the first things we talked about at the beginning of the year was computerizing or digitalizing the class scheduling process. I've been told by Ms. Epley that they've already begun doing that, like since she's been aware of this. So as far as that's concerned, I don't have as much ideas about how that will happen or how that will. That's more for the counselors and Ms. Epley to figure out.
I do want to note that Jack actually invented a process that other people have invented and are making lots of money doing, and just out of his head, not knowing that was something that was already created. And he's brilliant, and he needs to just keep having those ideas, because school districts will be buying your ideas, sir, for sure.
All right, I'll keep that in mind. So one thing I was thinking about a lot was at the beginning of every school year, there are always going to be people who have class schedules that have conflicts, or class schedules that have classes that are like non-existent or impossible. There will always be some sort of issue. One thing I wanted to reintroduce was the study hall option. This, I think, was removed my freshman year, so I couldn't take in my sophomore year. But I wanted to reintroduce it for, at first, possibly only trustworthy and good students. I wanted to be more of an elective, possibly a 0 credit elective. I don't want it to replace any core classes. And from what I've heard is that the reason it was removed was because people were taking advantage of this class, skipping school, because there wasn't a proper way to include attendance. So my idea for that was to have either a study hall be either in the library or have it in the office and have them check in so that attendance could be done like any other normal class. I also want to make it, like, at first, possibly a study hall option, not something you can just sign up for on a class schedule sheet and then get the next year. I want it to be more of like a meeting with the counselors, to be more like in touch with the counselors. I want to have some sort of connection there so that counselors can establish trust with the students, and so that the students also will be able to discuss more with the counselors about reasons why they would need a study hall. I don't want to just give it to people who will not use it. I want it to be for students who either have like a lot of hard classes and they need extra time to study for those classes, or for people who have a lot of extracurriculars and a lot of hard classes and they need more time to allocate to those things and do well for each one of them. Another thing would be making clear punishments for taking advantage of study hall. It's more of a privilege and it should not be exploited. One of these punishments I was thinking of was just moving, to not mess with any schedules after the school year has started, was to take their study hall and either move it to ISS or just a room, a place the student would not want to be in for the rest of the year. Let's see. Another thing was first week of school, whenever there's all this chaos about schedules not working, would be possibly swapping out an elective for a study hall or other class during the same period. One of the things that I remember as a freshman and a sophomore was that being told that if one of your alternate class choices was put on your schedule sheet, there was nothing you could do and it would just stay there. Now, there weren't as many classes that interested me, I'm more of a mathematician, like STEM engineering kind of focused person, and when engineering was removed freshman year also, I kind of put down a bunch of classes that I wasn't really interested as alternates. So I was more hoping for a class that I never asked for than a class I asked for, I put down on the sheet that I didn't want, because I still had the option to possibly switch it for a class I would be more interested in and study for. So that was one thing I was not too sure why those secondary classes that you pick couldn't be swapped out. It was more of like oh man, I got that class, I didn't want it, but I can't do anything about it. Another thing was for making the schedules easier to compile was getting small classes of similar subject to integrate together and work together. Freshman year, there was a really good example in Miss Knight's class. My Spanish 3 class was in the same room as the Spanish 4 class. Spanish 4 was AP, they had their class online. Spanish 3 was taught in person by the teacher, and yet we collaborated, and it felt like really fun. It was really fun, like working with them and being able to learn from them and teach them and do presentations together. So that's something that could definitely still be like used a lot. Another thing was online classes that require no in-person instructor could be left to like fill any holes in the schedule. There'd be kind of like a lower priority in terms of like getting schedules and classes like blocked out. You want your core classes and like important like AP and dual credit classes to be in place first, and then any other smaller classes could be done afterwards. I think I've heard these being referred to as singletons or small classes. This was more of like a personal issue. It was a week and a half before the beginning of this school year that I was emailed by the counselor that I had a conflicting schedule. It was the dual credit biology and on-ramps physics, two important classes, because at the time I was told Ms. Springs would not be teaching dual credit biology next year. And on-ramps physics, I don't know, it was just a class I wanted to take. But what ended up happening is that she asked me to kind of decide which class I wanted. And so I picked a class that I wanted to take, but then I also looked at my class schedule in the center, which was open, but I think she said it wasn't supposed to be open. So I was able to see it even though I wasn't supposed to, but I realized a lot of issues was that I didn't have an English class this year at the beginning, and I didn't have a fourth period. So I emailed her about that, and it took a few days to get a response, and then she told me to take English, I would have to swap out a different class, I think statistics, so I did that. But then also I had to pick a fourth period, so she left me with that, and I asked her, that's awesome, what classes can I take fourth period, because she told me nothing. And it took a few days, so it was nearing when the beginning of school started, so it took a few days to get a response. She gave me a list, and I was like, okay, well, I'm interested in these two, but I'm not sure what is this class about, because course catalog didn't explain it as much as I wanted it to. And she said she'll get back to me on that, but she never did, and the next day she was like, okay, well, you have to make a decision. So there was a bit of like a slow communication, last second communication there that I feel like if we started the class schedule process a bit earlier, we could avoid. Or maybe I was unlucky, and I was the very last student to be like emailed about problems. And yeah, that's it.
Jack, before you give up the mic, will you please tell the board what happened this weekend and what you'll be doing next with UIL Academics?
Oh yeah, so, okay, Friday, oh god, I had so much homework this week. Friday, after first period Friday, we left for Corpus Christi for UIL Region Meet. I competed in 4 different events: number sense, calculator application, science, and mathematics. I did pretty okay overall, but on calculator application, I got 2nd place in the region, so I'll be moving on to the state this year. So, looking forward to that, and hopefully, I was an alternate for math, so maybe I'll compete in that also, but I sacrificed my English grade for the ability to go to state in math. That was pretty much it. All my work was from English the past few days.
Thank you, Jack. I really didn't think you were going to talk about English, but I'm glad you're going to state. Congrats.
Okay, after that, so Bailey and I wanted to discuss like more advanced courses and really just planning out when you enter into high school, which is a really daunting experience, and you absolutely have no information on what is going on. How do I get into college? What should I start doing? Like, what should I do right now? I mean, there's already people trying to cure cancer, so like, I really can't compete with them. So in order to help with that, we want to host a incoming freshman event. So it will be like more of a AP dual credit night. And this will be for 8th graders and their families to explain the benefits and the options available at Vero and what you should take and what you should really know about these courses. So this would also include a senior or a former student speaker who has benefited from these classes and who really has a great understanding on like what to really do and any advice they would give to these incoming freshmen. And then also another idea that we had was conducting surveys in 8th grade among current students to kind of gauge the interest in any potential classes that would happen, and also use that feedback to prioritize which classes to actually implement and which classes maybe we shouldn't. Like, for example, my AP Computer Science Principles class has 2 people in it, so maybe, if it's really not a popular class, then we shouldn't spend so much time on that. But I'm also very grateful because I just finished my project. So, continuing on, we are just really focused on preparing 8th graders. So we would like to develop a 4-year plan for students who kind of spark interest in higher education, outlining the potential AP and dual credit opportunities for each year. When I was in 8th grade, I probably would have really liked this because I really had no idea on how to apply to college and which classes I should take. And that was a really, it was a hard experience, but it is over now. So that would also, something that we would also like to implement is providing pre-AP courses in middle school. So this will allow exposure to students into what these classes are like, what the tests are like, and anything that you would want to focus on in high school, you would already kind of have information about that. So another thing that we had was transitioning away from St. Philip's. This is something that we have already accomplished and that we have got the ball rolling. But this is due to poor personal experiences and various hardships from teachers. So with that, we are transitioning away and we're going to Northeast Lakeview College. So hopefully that is a lot better. And although we don't really expect a rapid change, we just wanted to really highlight the benefits that it would provide for our dual credit students. And with that, I think I am done. Oh yes, our debate program.
So I'd just like to preface this by introducing me and my partner again. We were the only CX debate team this year, and we ended up making it to state. Although we didn't get to octafinals, we did get one win, one out of our 4 debates, and we almost won 2 of the other ones. It just came down to little technicalities. But I would say that's pretty good, especially for not having a developed debate program at all. And our coach has been great, but she does not have that much experience in coaching debate, so we've largely been self-taught. And the CX debate program right now, while it's kind of in its infancy, we really don't want to see it die out with us as we're the last team. So currently, we're really in. And some of the things we discussed were ways to grow interest in the program, ways to keep it from dying, ways we can help develop it into a more robust debate program that it actually, prepares us better for debate and hopefully makes us into a competitive team. That's something we would really like to see in the future for our district, especially as we keep expanding more. I'm sure we have students who are planning on going into law, and for people on that pathway, that track, having a good debate program is especially important for that. I know going into debate, me and Sophie, especially Sophie as someone who wants to go into law in the future, we really didn't know what was in for us. We kind of had an idea that was like, oh, this is just like political debate, right? Or the first debate we had, it went terrible. And that's kind of how we had to learn. And from there, we realized like, oh, it's like more like courtroom debate. And we kind of had to teach ourselves. And it eventually grew to be something we really enjoyed. And now we say, we really want to give other people this opportunity who are coming into high school, who might like this program and what it has to offer, and we would really like to see it built up and developed. And we hope in the coming years we can, of course we will be gone, but we hope that the opportunity to participate in such a debate program will be available to the students after us. So for right now, although that is a long-term goal and of course we'll be gone, there's not really much we can do about the program, and we can just hope it gets better. And I'm sure we do have great people working for this district, and I'm sure they will do what they can to foster some great programs here. But what we do want to try to do for now is just to recruit students, maybe help spread awareness that, oh hey, this program, this is something we have, even though it might not be big, and your first couple debates you might end up getting destroyed. That's kind of what drove people away from it this year and previous years. That happened to us. Every single debate we had, we got like completely annihilated, and that's kind of how it went from there on out. And slowly but surely we started learning through failure, a lot of it. And we got to where we were now. And everyone else who tried the program decided, oh, this is too stressful. They'd come out of their first debate, tears welling in their eyes, and decide that it wasn't worth it because a lot of the people we go against are really aggressive, but they're all really nice when you talk to them at the end. But going back to what I was talking about before, basically right now we just figured on spreading awareness of the program, getting more people to hopefully join it, and possibly sparking interest. So this is something we can build to be better in the future. And with that, I'll turn it over to my debate partner who might want to say a few extra words of the program, as we are the debate program currently. And after this, I don't think we have a slide for the bill and the academics thing, so I'll just go ahead and do a quick speech about that.
Yeah, so you kind of covered a lot, but one thing that I would like to really underscore is that the debate program has brought me a lot of growth in my personal academic achievements, and also just, I'm really happy that although it was really hard, we got to start this, and I would hate for someone to miss out on that opportunity, especially if they want to go into law or they want to eventually become a politician like myself. So we will be creating videos for students for years to come to watch our faces and hear us talk. And we will also be speaking to junior hires about the program. The topic this year, or for next year, is a lot easier than the one that we went through this year. So hopefully that'll help them just kind of put their feet in the water, and maybe with some guidance with me and Reed, they won't, be so scared their first debate, because it is definitely a daunting experience being destroyed by an upperclassman and not reading the whole handbook and just really going through it. But other than that, I'm really excited to just try to expand the program and really keep it alive. That's the main goal here. So hopefully Reed and I will be continuing our debate skills at wherever we go, and we will just keep that with them. So hopefully we can continue it. Oh yeah, and now Reed wants to talk about the milk situation.
So as I was writing up this presentation, and I made the whole slide for debate, although I didn't really use it that much, I kind of just went off what I had in here. I kind of let it slip a couple things that I also meant to put in here, mainly the situation with the milk and the situation with the athletic classes, which were two topics I did want to present here that I brought up in the student advisory. The first one is the milk. Now, this was something I brought up in student advisory, although it isn't just it wasn't just a grievance of mine, and it was solved. This is one of the things I believe we did solve in student advisory. But the milk in the cafeteria has consistently tasted very off and bad. So I thought it was worthwhile to bring it up in one of our student advisory meetings, even though it did maybe seem a little small of an issue to me at the time. And after that, we had someone from nutrition come in to talk to us, and along with being made aware of the situation with the milk, we also sampled new foods that they were planning to introduce and gave our opinion on them. So along with that, they were also made aware of the milk situation and kind of explained to us how logistics work and who is actually responsible for the milk and how things could go wrong in the process, and maybe the milk could be spoiled by the time we get it, and just let us know, like, hey, if the milk is ever bad, just let us know in the cafeteria. And the milk has gotten better. I'm guessing they alerted the supplier and they had that fixed, and now I drink the milk again. So along with situation with the athletic classes currently. So right now, there are only 2 options available for students who want to get physical education in high school. You can either take PE or you can go into athletics. Now, if you want to go into athletics, you have to be in a sport. And I wasn't in any sport. Now, back in junior high, I was in athletics, I was in track, and I think I did a couple other things. But getting into high school, I kind of became more of an academic-focused person. And I didn't really have as much time for sports, and I wasn't exactly the best at what I did. So that's something I stopped doing. However, physical fitness was something that still remained important to me, but I kind of veered off of taking PE, mainly, not only because I didn't have room in my schedule, but because of the things I heard about it from people. If you want to get physical activity, if you want to exercise and get a good physical education, PE class isn't really the place to do it, because most of it consists of people looking to get their physical education credit, which is required. So what I suggested and brought up at the student advisory meeting is the possibility of making a separate class for people genuinely interested in getting a physical education without having to be in a sport, or possibly dropping the requirement on the athletic classes for having to be in a sport and just remaining in off-season, completing all the workouts and weight training with the rest of the athletics class while not having to be in a sport. Of course, that's something that would have to be talked about with the coaches and confirmed, but I thought it was a pretty easy goal to reach for, and that's something we discussed, and hopefully in the future, I know I'm graduating, so most of the changes, our entire student advisory committee has either brought attention to, or most of the problems we brought attention to probably won't affect us until at all, because we're graduating. You know, I'm a senior, so are most of the people here. We have one junior, but it's definitely something I'd like to see for future classes, to be able to have the opportunities and better classes and better programs and education that we weren't able to receive. And that's, those are all the topics that I have been responsible for and I wanted to cover today. Just the debate program, the issue with the milk, and the issue with the athletics classes, which we have done truly a great job in student advisory, discussing all these problems and figuring out ways we could possibly solve them, or just bringing attention to them. And I really enjoyed student advisory. I think it's a great program to have and a great thing to get the insight of the student body about how we could go about enhancing the quality of our education and our school district. And with that, I will turn it over to the next slide, Justin Brownie and Lizzie on home economics and culinary arts class.
Okay, for the Success 101 part of this, we had taken this class as freshmen, and for me, I did not learn anything, don't remember anything from the class, and so we are suggesting that we move the class to senior year, so when we will actually need it, and in the class taking more of scholarship learning and which ones to do and how to outline the essays for it, and then also for the FAFSA, how to sign up for it, and just learning how the setup for the actual college. And also with that, having people who are part of different industry professionals come in and talk to the students about the jobs. and that they're like thinking of. And then we also have like where like for like fish camp and stuff, like changing that to more of like a weekend thing and like how they can come in and learn more about where to go for the future.
Okay, so the next thing we kind of had to talk about right now, we're focused on quality over quantity, and this is definitely a long-term goal, and I'll be gone here in about 23 days. So I just hope y'all remember this when y'all are planning for renovations or different stuff like that. A little bit of numbers right now. The average person goes out 2 to 3 times out, whether that be dining in or going out to eat, and that costs about anywhere from $13 to $20 a person. If we were to implement the home economics, and me and Ms. Epley talked about implementing the commercial kitchen, having those different permits, it's going to be expensive, and it can range from anywhere from $15,000 to $200,000, just depending on the size. So renovation and with the budget would have to be included. But if people were able to take that class, fortunately, my mom has taught me how to cook some things, and I'm headed to college learning how to cook spaghetti and some other simple things. But taking this class would definitely help students. Going to college, save on money. Having this culinary part would allow them to apply for scholarships that are very copious in this area, and if you're going to culinary school. And then overall, it reduces the price from $11 to $20 to almost $4 to $6 per person if you are buying and actually cooking the food yourself, and promotes overall health. So just keep it in mind in the future.
Alrighty, earlier this year I was tardy to my first period, and I received a slip of paper that had the tardy policy stating that on your third tardy, that would be lunch detention, which isn't the end of the world, however it is a punishment. Whenever I got to class, I was talking with some of my peers, and they mentioned, hey, you show up halfway through the class, you could just sit in your car or just show up later, count it as an absence, and then boom, you're not tardy anymore. And I just think that that is a little strange that we're not trying to prioritize staying in the whole class or staying for even half the class and getting as much information as you can, learning as much as you can, and then not being punished for that. I personally don't think I have a solution to this issue. I really don't know. However, I think we should try to prioritize learning and being in the classroom, even if it's for the last 5 minutes. Secondly, I'd like to talk about opportunities here at the school. I work in New Braunfels, and with that, a lot of my coworkers go to Comal or Canyon High School. And with that, I will talk to them while on my breaks. We'll just talk about school, and they'll mention all the other opportunities they have, whether that be JROTC, Civil Air Patrol, wrestling, swimming, things of that nature that our school just doesn't have. Granted, I understand that we are at a smaller district with less funding, so I can't expect to have all the same opportunities. However, with these juniors going to a newer school, I would hope that they would have some of these opportunities, mainly for, whether it just be personal growth, but also college applications, scholarship applications, things of that nature. I'd hope some of these opportunities can open up new leadership roles and help students build leadership skills, like I said, for those applications where higher level education really prioritizes, showing good leadership, showing initiative, things of that nature. And I just hope with the new school, we'll be able to have more funding for those types of opportunities. Thank you.
So one of the big topics this year was traditions within our district. Some of you may or may not know, but I've only been here for about 5 years, and within those 5 years, our traditions have changed here and there. And some of us may not notice it, some of us may, but we feel it's important to keep our district as a whole as it grows so rapidly. Some of those things that some of the ideas that we came up in order to implement this idea is that we continue to keep senior walk and give a larger opportunity for some of us older kids to deal with the younger kids. So like field days, study partners, PE. I know we had PALs and that became a problem, but if we could find something that would connect our older generation with our new generation. Something else we came up with was having an event that would welcome our new families within our district. I think Pantherpalooza did definitely help with that this year. We also said that homecoming and our football games should be a little bit more bigger of events, so like painting windows, decorations, bigger pep rallies that include everyone. I know some of us may be biased here, but I know UIL, FFA, some of the other smaller activities, they may not get recognized as much. Like, yes, we do have send-offs and stuff, but I think sports and stuff usually gets recognized more. And then we also decided that football games should have a specific student section that is supervised throughout the entire game, top, middle, and bottom of the bleachers, for safety. We also found that parents were found in the areas where students were, and were not appealed by that idea because of our energy and our pride for football games and for really sports games.
Okay, so this year me and Camden were working on basically just an 8th grade parent-student night, and also that goes in with what Sophie was talking about earlier with the AP and dual credit night for the 8th graders, and that can also be implemented with what we had. So first we just said that students should have a presentation from counselors at the end of 8th grade to define what a GPA is and how weighted classes affect it, and this could also be a parent night as well, because I know this is something that kids in our grade struggle with going into high school and not understanding GPA and how different weighted classes can affect it.
We also thought a former #1 student could come back and provide personal experiences from their high school years, and they could give pointers and stuff, because I think it would mean more for an actual student to come back and speak to the students, because it relates on a personal level for them, rather than like a teacher or a counselor just telling them about it.
And then again, just highlighting to students the importance of class rank and how it plays into college and your acceptances and scholarships and everything. You know, if you're in the top 10%, you automatically get accepted into Texas A&M, and it's something that is always favored on scholarship applications. So just highlighting the importance of what you do in high school and how it can affect you outside of high school.
So this allows for incoming freshmen to be able to set realistic goals for their academic future, not only in high school, but going forth into college, so they can see what that can look like in the years ahead. Besides going into high school, not knowing anything, you'll have a realistic expectation of what to expect.
Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions or comments about the presentation?
Yes, we want to do a picture, so.
Thank you for all of your insights and perspectives. It's great for us to hear from the students because we're all here working for you. So thank you for all of your time and your effort with the advisory committee.
Yes, or you can set it on the podium if you can't get it in there. Okay, if y'all wouldn't mind coming over here, because we're going to take a real quick picture. But yes, thank you very much, and they're a very, very special group of kiddos. So if y'all will come up, we'll get a picture with the board.
Can you do the slide back to the end, Steve, of the, oh, never mind.
Now we'll get on the first 2 steps. One in the first 2 steps. And can you move it to a darker slide so that we'll take out the.
Still pretty bright in there.
Yeah, if we can.
There you go.
There we go.
All right, ready? I hope I do Chelsea justice here.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys. Great job. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on to our board report discussion, I just want to check in with trustees and see if anybody needs to take a break. If we do, we can press pause. We're good? Okay. All right, then we're going to go ahead and move forward with item 6C, the board report discussion. And I'm pretty sure that's me. Okay. I basically just asked for this discussion to be on here when we had our special meeting. Is that last month already? And mostly because we're gonna go into the discussion about, our superintendent, goals and evaluations, and then our school board, goals and evaluations. So I'll start with the Board of Trustee, part of it first, because we've never, as far as I know, the Board of Trustees has really never had a self-evaluation tool or any type of like specific goals to work towards that. That was something that, I had picked up, at, wasn't even Governor's Camp this year, it must have been last year. But I just thought that that would be something that we could do. There's a School Board of the Year award, and I think that that would be a great goal for us to work towards. I think this board has the capability of being able to work together and accomplish that, and that's kind of exciting for me. So that was one of the reasons that I brought that up. But the main reason I wanted to talk about this open and in a public session is because we needed to update the evaluation tool that we were using for our superintendent, not just specifically our current superintendent, but the superintendent role. What we had was a little bit outdated, and because of the growth of the district and just because of the changes that have come down from legislation in the last few years, we needed to make something a little more robust and a little something a little more specific, and we just wanted to be really transparent about why we were doing that, and so that's why I asked for this, just to be kind of talked about so we could be transparent with what we were doing with that. We're gonna get into discussion later about the creation of the instrument and implementing that, so I just lead off with that.
And I think specifically for the board report, we did make changes. I know for those folks who are looking at Board Book Monthly, they likely noted that change, that it is now intended to be more in line with the priorities of the board and what happened in that particular department or campus for that month related to those priorities. So we did want to have a time to let people know that's why the change exists, but also to get some feedback in open session from board members about what worked with the change and what you still are looking for to make that a productive report for you.
We're on 6C, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're talking about the
Yeah,
superintendent tool later.
Well, that and how we changed the structure of the board reports to basically reflect what her evaluation was and what our goals were.
Got it.
Kind of to align everyone so that we're getting the same information from every department and that it's aligning with our goals, our priorities, and then the things that we put on our own evaluations. I'll go ahead and start. I appreciated the structure. I think there was probably still a lot of calendaring on them that we don't necessarily need. We have the campus calendar in the superintendent's report. So that was really the only thing where I thought it just felt redundant because we have access to it other places. And I just really want the administrators, when you guys are putting those reports together for us, like, I don't want it to feel like it's a redundant waste of time for you guys. I know that you guys have a lot of important things to do, and we really appreciate that you do keep us updated of the things on your campuses. And we thought that it might be easier if there was just a template or somewhere to tie that stuff into so that you guys weren't trying to guess at what was gonna make us happy every single month. So just with that being said, I felt that everything aligned really well, that the calendaring just felt like a lot. I don't necessarily need that because we have other places we can get that. Thank you. But do keep highlighting your achievements and the highlight things like that. Anybody else have any comments on the restructuring of the board reports?
I don't know that I have a comment necessarily as much on the restructuring of the board reports because I think that the change is good. I agree. There's still some information on there, in terms of refining for, dates and things like that. And originally bringing this up, one of the reasons that I know I brought it up is that I feel like the things that we cover in open session, whether it be a report, whether it be something we discuss, that it really needs to pinpoint to something that not only relates to the superintendent goals, but is also things that we have decision points on, you know. And then those things that are not, that are good to know, you know, for example, I love the fact that we listened to what the kids had to say, but at the same time, everything that they're talking about is managerial, you know, in nature. For me, I want to know that you have a student superintendent advisory, and I want to know who those kiddos are and appreciate what they do, more so than I necessarily need to know all of the things that, you know, they felt that the school needed to change. What I would ask is when you brought something to us, hey, did the students incorporate into that? You know, things like that. So for me, it's about making sure that the time that we spend here, because obviously there's a lot of things that we have to do, you know, for our role, especially with all of the building and the bond projects and, you know, all of those decision-making points, that if there's a way for us to make sure those things pinpoint, and I don't want the wrong message to be heard. I don't want it to be heard, Lacey didn't want to hear from the students, because that's not the message that I'm trying to give. The message that, you know, I want is to make sure that when we do meet, that it is focused on those decision-making points that we have, because we have so many other touch points with which we get information about what our students are doing. We get it through Friday board reports, we get it through the visioning document, we get it here in our board reports, and in all of those different areas. So I think continuing to work on what that structure looks like, everything from not just the individual board reports from the departments, because I agree there were so many things that were repeated, it was nice to see that many repeated, but also some of the things that we see on the board agenda as well, that are just kind of report pieces. So that would be my input there.
All right, anything else? All right, that was just a discussion item, so we're going to move on to 6D. Guaranteed maximum price for site and drainage at the new high school property.
Okay, so I'll make this very quick because we have a presentation that is coming later that will actually address the GMP3 for the athletics facility. But I wanted to make sure that we mentioned this and we're open and transparent. If you'll remember, the board did get information that we would be receiving $4.5 million back from the 2021 bond project, and that there was approval to utilize those funds for additional drainage and site work on the high school site. As part of getting the GMP for the athletics facilities, we were also able to get information back on the GMP cost of what that additional drainage and site work at the high school would be. And that came out lower than the 4.5 million, and so I wanted to make sure that we publicly noted that when you see that outlined in the GMP, and as related to the fact that these particular contractors and architects that are working on the athletic project are also working on this project, that you would understand that the full 4.5 was not, would not be utilized, and it's actually closer to just 4. So that number is listed there in the action sheet, and I just wanted you to be aware of that before we did get the GMP presentation, and to be very clear that those additional funds not used will come back to us as funds from the bond 2021, and we would be able to utilize those funds on anything related to bond 2021 projects. So, any questions? Okay.
Any about that? Thank you for sharing that for transparency's sake too. The item 7, the campus department and activity reports. Any questions, comments, or concerns on any of those? Okay, thank you guys for putting those together for us. We'll move on to 7B, the superintendent's report.
If there are no questions, I'm good to move on.
Okay. Anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns about any of that? All All right, and then our calendar of events is there, for us to look and review. Questions, comments, or concerns? All right, we'll move into financials, 7C. I know we got a pretty good breakdown earlier of how, yeah, operating things work. Do you want to come and give us anything specific that you think we need to dive into?
This is what comes from being short. What's on and what's not on.
There you go.
Is it on? Or it was on, okay.
Try again.
Just two quick things, which is, if you, the page 1 of the first financials, it shows we're we're on the right track in terms of percentages and our total expenses. So we're good there. We're very close to meeting our goals on local revenue, which we should be at this time of year. And then the only other thing I would point out is in our investments. If you look at the schedule of the investments, the last of the T-bills, T-notes will be coming due this month, and they will fall off in April. There's only a little over $2 million, a little less than $2 million there. And I have shifted most of that 21 bond funds that were remaining into the state and local government securities. The reason being those state and local government securities are, as they earn interest, they are not subject to arbitrage, is what I have learned, and that will allow us to at least keep all those funds that are earned. And last note is, this month I will be sending off the information to the firm that's doing our arbitrage rate calculations to determine what we may owe the Internal Revenue Service from interest earnings. I know we talked about it in the audit report when we did it last year, but between my auditor and myself, we came to an agreement that we basically set aside $1.9 million that we might owe the IRS. So I'm hoping that number comes in less, that we have a little extra money to other things in the future. So hopefully in the next month or so, we will have calculations back on that. Any other questions?
Thank you. Okay, we are moving into 7D, the Technology Plan Progress Report, and I believe Jason is going to come brief us on that.
Hello? Yep. All right. All right. Just want to real quickly kind of go over where we're at currently. This shows the age of the iPads and Chromebooks and kind of when they're planned to get replaced. This is the current state of the hardware. Pre-K first iPad cards, 2 through 5th have Chromebook cards, 6 through 12 are 1-to-1. All our teacher and admins are either on Windows or Mac devices, as well as the CT labs are on Windows PCs. This kind of outlines where we're at and where we're headed. As you can see, projectors are getting replaced at the new high school with the interactive TVs. This was already an approved purchase, and they're actually being held by the vendor, and so the school's ready to receive them, luckily. We're also moving away from docking stations with monitors to an all-included hub monitor. Kind of removes clutter on the desk and also saves a little bit. Same with the junior high, moving away from docking station monitors to a single hub monitor combo. Intermediate is in the process of moving away from interactive projectors to receive the interactive TVs, as well as the hub monitors, moving away from docking stations and monitors. The pre-K through first currently have iPad carts. As you can see, the proposed only says pre-K. That's because to be more aligned with TEKS, we're going to be moving K through 2 to Chromebooks to get more exposure to keyboarding. Network updates.
I have a question for you.
Yep.
I'm not asking for why, so every classroom has a printer? in there?
Currently, yes.
Why? That's very expensive. I know I'm a teacher, I like a printer, but it's expensive and it's unnecessary.
I am inclined to agree with you. We are putting together a technology committee for next school year. That's one of the things we will address is the frame, try to reel in that $600 per year classroom cost.
Yeah.
We're just kind of looking at the best way to proceed to move away from that.
Completely.
You may not know the answer to this question, but what happened to our technology committee that was supposed to be working on all of this?
I'm sorry. Did we have one already established?
We had one.
The last time we had an organized,
I
you
was
were
still
right.
here as an employee
We're talking
the last time we met.
7 or 8 years ago, maybe. They did a technology plan, we met, and we implemented the plan,
I
and
think it died with
That
COVID.
wasn't a
I think
continuous
it died
thing.
with COVID.
I really do,
Okay.
yeah, it's been quite a while.
With everything
Okay.
else.
That answered my question.
Hence, we are implementing one.
That's when he said that, I was like, we have one of those, but I guess not. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
I do have one question, and I didn't pick up on it earlier, so I'm sorry for this, but just a real quick question, because you said you're moving kinder to the Chromebooks, and I know the whole need for the whatever. As far as are they touch screen Chromebooks?
It will be touchscreen, 2-in-1.
That's all I needed to know, because I'm thinking the
Developmentally,
the
yes, ma'am.
developmental thing is really important. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Network updates. Just wanted to go over the progress of all the different network changes. We did replace all the non-operational UPS, or uninterruptible power supplies across the district using E-rates in June. Through July and August, we replaced 217 wireless access points that support Wi-Fi 7, which is just a higher capacity Wi-Fi, better speeds. Back in September, board approved the purchase of the switches. All those switches have been replaced, and this new hardware will receive support through 2030 and beyond. In October, we replaced the firewall and core switches. It's just a newer firewall, supports higher throughput. Doesn't have any yearly licensing, so it does save a little bit each year on that. All the new hardware for the high school has been ordered. We've actually started receiving most of it. As far as the access points, we're waiting on these switches. That is scheduled to be delivered before the June 1st request for ADCM. And network issues. So about mid-February, we started seeing a bunch of firewall crashes, requiring reboots sporadically throughout the day. That reached a peak February 25th when the firewall basically became inoperable. We replaced it with a redundant firewall. It helped briefly, but the firewall experienced the same issues within like a day or two. We reached out to the manufacturer. They replaced it with a non-integrated firewall. The one we had first had the management server and firewall operations on one. So we separated that to kind of reduce the strain on the firewall, in case that was the issue. It reduced the frequency of the reboots, but we did still experience them. Over the spring break, it became more apparent. April 1st, we ended up removing the Zayo ISP connection, and that basically eliminated all the issues with the firewall. Reviewing the logs, it showed over 1,000 daily entries of flapping, which is where the connection goes up and down, and with our firewall, it sends out an alert each time that happens. So it's basically crashing the service that alerts us, which would require the firewall reboot. We expressed our concerns with Region 20 about the Zayo connection. They noted that they didn't see any issues on their end. We refused to plug Zayo back in because it was causing issues in our experience, and after speaking with external industry experts, other region centers, other districts, they all agreed that it's most likely the ISP. I think it was, April 14th, Zayo admitted that they had some faulty network cards that they replaced. They didn't see any more latency issues. We plugged the connection back in at 1 p.m. and after the testing window closed for the day, just so it wouldn't interrupt testing. Since then, Zayo has worked without issue, and it's currently the primary ISP again. We do have a secondary ISP with GDEC, just outlined here at 5 gigabits. It's currently set up as a failover, but we will eventually go back to load balancing to get the full 15 gigabit throughput across the two connections.
So I'm just curious, because so many of us use the Zayo connections through Region 20, and I know we didn't experience any type of anything dealing with that. So did they ever explain it's that from the connection that you're linked to? Because I know the connection goes from where I am to you guys, so I feed you guys the fiber that you get from there through the connection that I get through to 20, but was it something in between, or could they just, Zayo just didn't explain? I'm just curious, because I want to know.
What they came back with was a network card in Austin that was causing the connection problem. That most end users wouldn't see the issue. Like I said, it was mostly because our firewall reports those outages, that it crashed that service that would send the reports.
So it was recognized, okay, gotcha, okay.
Any other questions? Hope I didn't go too fast.
When do you plan on integrating the technology committee or team or whatever?
I hope to start up in August, beginning of the school year, for the 25-26 school year. I'll be working with Michaela Gissander to assist with.
And we're pulling stakeholders and community on that too? Okay.
Yes, we'll have full stakeholders. They're also in the process of working through our AI policy suggestions. So we'll have that committee quickly give their thoughts on that, as we also work with TASB on what current policies exist and where we feel like we're gonna need to go, and then we'll bring that to you guys for approval. That should be one of the very first things that they bring to you.
Okay. All right, thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move on to 8, the consent agenda. And I know there were some things that wanted to be brought up for discussion on that, so you wanna move forward with that? Any conversations?
Me and Miss Headley had a nice long talk today about mine,
Okay.
so I need to yell at Tasby a little bit, we'll be all right.
Okay. Well, do you wanna share, cause
Sure, I'll share.
I mean, the rest of the board doesn't know, so.
Oh. Fair enough. I had concerns with, it being my first year, I had concerns with 8H, certification of provision of instructional materials, because it does say that on there, that we are to certify, I'm trying to make sure I get the right words. Certify that that the school district has met the requirements to protect against access to obscene or harmful content in compliance with all these penal codes. My concern was, as a new board member, we had zero training on this. I remember the TASB lady specifically pointing me out, saying, "You ask too many questions." She called Miss Edley, y'all remember all that conversation, and said our job is budget and superintendent's employment. And so my conversation with Miss Edley for a long time this afternoon was through this process and how that process worked. And we worked through that, so that's what it was about.
So the only thing I would piggyback on that is that I don't have a concern with the agenda item at all, other than the fact that we're approving something we're certifying later in the meeting. Not that I think we probably won't approve it, but just kind of the cart before the horse thing. So I did ask Mandy, and unfortunately I did ask her late, or sorry, Dr. Edley.
That's okay.
Whether or not we should have moved the transition plan and the adoption of Blue Bonnet before the certification, because the certification includes Blue Bonnet. So if there was a chance that it's on the certification, we approve it, because based on policy, we are supposed to approve the curriculum, which is what the purpose of that document, what the purpose of 8H is. If we don't approve the other one for whatever reason, then we have to go back and undo our vote there. That was the only thing that I raised as a question on that, if we needed to move it so that we could approve the action item before we approved the certification.
Was that my fault?
I don't know that it's a fault. I think what we essentially, yes, we pulled from consent because they originally were together in consent. And for transparency purposes, the request was made to move that transition plan to action, and it was an oversight as to that timing of that, so that if you approved the consent first and for some reason didn't approve the transition plan, then yes, you'd have to ultimately come back. We'd have to come back to you no matter what, because if the transition plan is not approved, we need to come back and ask for much more money, because that means we're abandoning the LASSO grant. So we would have to come back in May anyway and ask for additional funds, and then ask for a different certification, because we would be staying with the HMH we currently have. Part of the difference is that you used to just boldly say, we will not buy anything that isn't 100% TEKS. So now the form is different and actually has us put the actual item. So I think we would have been okay, however, now that because it specifically says Bluebonnet. So one of my suggestions was, if you want to propose a motion to approve the consent agenda with that piece removed, move that to action, ask that to be moved to action, and then following whatever happens with the action item for the transition plan, then you could motion for a vote on the actual certification. Clear as
Because we
mud.
can move it to action because we were already voting on it tonight anyway,
Correct,
right?
correct.
I'm sorry. I asked her to put that.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, just because there have been so many comments and concerns about the curriculum this year, that I wanted that in an action discussion.
And I would agree with that, because, trust me, I know what a hot topic Bluebonnet is right now.
Yeah.
And so, with that, it made me go, ooh, those really needed to be together, and I was not able to mention it until today.
Got it.
So would you like me to pull?
If you are more comfortable with us doing it that way, I don't have a problem with that.
It's fine to leave it, but
But it feels like we're doing it before the board.
yes.
It does. Go ahead, make the motion.
Okay, all right. I move that we pull item 8H and move it to action item 9. Where is it? 9. We would have to make that, I guess, 9.
You do a point 2 or whatever you
Yeah.
want.
You mean
9, whatever. We will move it to section 9.
G is after D, so you're fine.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah. So it would be 9, yeah. Have to bump everything down because there's already a 9B back. So it would be 9G.
Yes.
I'll second.
I was gonna say, is there a second to that? All right, all in favor? All right, that motion to pull that item and move it to out of consent and into action at 9G passes 7-0. Okay, so back to the consent agenda. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? All right, do I hear a motion on the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I second that.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, motion to accept the consent agenda as presented passes 7-0. We are moving into action items. 9A, consider and take possible action to approve the GMP amendment for package number 3 for the new athletics project. And I believe we're gonna have a conversation about that, right?
Yes, you're gonna have a presentation and then it's open for discussion.
Hello, thank you for having us, Dr. Upton, Board, Madam President. So we're going to look at a lot of the images and actually some updated images from what we looked at, I believe, in the February board meeting through there. So very similar to what we had looked at previously before was the athletic complex. You see on the right-hand side of the image the high school. just barely there coming up. So as we look towards the west from there, we have softball and baseball, tennis, as well as a practice field down here on the south end. There's 3 buildings, visitor menu building, which will serve the visitor side, baseball, softball, and tennis. That'll include restrooms, concessions, ticketing, as well as some locker room facilities. We'll look at the floor plans here in just a minute. Visitor bleachers, track and field for 8-lane competitive track, as well as artificial turf on all 3 of the fields, both the stadium, baseball field, and the softball field, with natural grass practice field through there. So look towards the west even further. We have our home bleachers with our press box and elevator tower, as well as to the north, the field house, which will include restrooms, ticketing, and concessions for the home side fans, as well as athlete support facilities, including locker rooms, multi-purpose room, training facilities, storage, as well as athletic director and coaches' offices in the field house there. And then as you can see, as we go further west, a large amount of parking to go through there. As Melissa mentioned earlier, we just received our grading permit, which will primarily focus on development on this portion of the site. Still working with the city through drainage overall, and primary question revolves around the drainage coming from adjacent properties that crosses over the site. As you may recall, we can see faintly here on this line, the floodplain comes down to the south end of the site. So a lot of the adjacent properties are draining through our site, and just how we're addressing that and allowing that water to come through without adversely impacting the neighboring properties as we go through there with our development. So this here is a floor plan of the field house over on the home side. So the parking lot will be on this side of the image on the left side. The stadium here track will be just a few feet off of the edge of the field house here. The southern end of this building is our concessions, women's and men's restroom. Lots of toilet fixtures there, as you'll see. Will be a theme that runs through all of our buildings here to meet our fixture count. The fixture count is based on the seating capacity with 6,000 fixed seats. That adds up to, I think, across the project, about 87 toilet fixtures and sinks and urinals and all of that on top of that as well. So a large number as we see there. Main entry to the building will be off the parking lot side with ticketing for the home team within the ticket booth. They'll then be able to move south to the main stadium entry. Athletes and anyone visiting, coaches and potential recruiters coming in will be able to enter in through the corridor. Coaching suite here with the athletic director's office, coaching spaces for film review, as well as locker and shower facilities. Moving down the corridor, we have laundry facilities with commercial size washer and dryers through there, some storage, and a multi-purpose room, which is about 1,400 square feet, probably maybe a little larger than half the size of this room, which will provide opportunities for coaching, some potential indoor drills and items like that, as well as events and support spaces for stadium events, game day, track events, those type of items. Lastly, we have the varsity locker room here. We have 70 lockers primarily for male athletics here on the varsity side of football. So we'll have their lockers, film room operations being able to occur in that room. So we'll have projectors and TVs, whiteboards for coaching activities there as well, along with their showers and restrooms. And lastly, football storage here as we look towards the field, having that directly rolled out through there. There we go. So we've seen rendering images before, and we'll see those again here in a few moments. But on the back side of our home side grandstand, looking east, so the sun will not be in the press box team's eyes during game day. is our press box. It's not showing up great here, but it is large enough. It's over 500 square feet, so we do require elevator access per ADA. So we have an elevator tower that also provides access to the roof deck on top of the pre-engineered metal press boxes, which will provide ample filming access and visibility over the stadium as you go through there. The press box is broken up into two sections. Starting on the left-hand side, we have the home coaches, moving into home broadcast and radio as we work through there. We have the PA and spotter clock operations, as well as our game operations through there. As we look to the other side, we have our visitor coaches on the opposite end from home. They'll be able to circulate through the grandstand and not over here or interact with other home coaches as we go through there. Visiting radio, as well as scoreboard operator and media in there as well. You can see over here in the key map where we are now back. This is the visitor amenities building on the visitor side. It'll serve both visitor side for the stadium as well as the tennis, baseball, and softball. So for there we see another large collection of restroom facilities here that take up the bulk of the building. We have a concessions which has multiple windows. The window to the facing west here will be able to be open to serve the stadium events. We'll have fence that connects in here and separates it off. So then during a baseball, softball, or tennis event, concessions will still be accessible along that path without opening up the security concerns of having the stadium open at the same time and vice versa. The locker room we have here on the south end will be a multiplex room which can be used by any of these sports for coaching activities as well, and will also serve as the primary visitor locker room for stadium events for all of these facilities. There we have restrooms as well as some coaches' offices supporting this side as well. That coach's office will also be a sort of multifunctional space where the visiting umpires and referees will be able to locker and change out of as part of that. Looking at the north side, ticketing and some storage and other restrooms as we go through there. So going back to those images, this is the front of that field house. We mentioned ticketing happening right here, and then they'll be able to follow the sidewalk to the main stadium entry that happens on either side of the stair tower through there. Straight down this corridor, you can actually see straight through the building out to where the athletes will enter on to the field there. And behind us is 377 parking spaces as we go through there to meet the count based on city requirements there as well. You can see in the press box, not only having the large Panther branding, but also that covered roof deck for filming and observation above there, as well as the two sides of the press box. As we look inside the press box, inside the field house, this is actually the entrance to the football locker room here. So directly behind us is actually the door out onto the field. So as we look down the parking lot to the X. So bringing in branding, bringing that school pride into this area, as well as providing some trophy cases in there for the expansion of all the state champion trophies that will be overfilling these these cases very shortly. Looking into that football locker room, you see here ample space for all of our athletes to circulate around, provide storage for the gear, as well as bringing in more of that branding and school pride through there. Behind us here on the wall would be the projector and whiteboard area with good visibility to all the locker rooms for coaching in there as well. Jumping to the opposite corner of the stadium, we do see the field house we were just looking at there. This is the sort of opposite look at the field house, at the home side. You'll see here in the center, we're showing it currently as purple. It's just as a visual aspect. That is our premium seating area, which will include chair backs in that center section. It will not be purple, primarily because of the fading concerns that we have over plastic seats sitting out in the Texas sun. So here it's just representational, but they will be chair backs in that area with bench seating on the two flanking sides. Hopefully having a nice student section as the students ask for right in that area there, as well as the lower cross aisle with seating below the cross aisle with all our ADA seating locations being elevated there, so in the center of the bleacher. This is looking at the visitor amenities building with that central parking lot. So we can see baseball here on the left, softball just beyond there, tennis directly behind this building. So we'll have ticketing for baseball, softball, and visitor events here, entering either through entry is on either side, to the visitor side or to baseball, softball, and tennis, and all those amenities we just looked at previously. One item, and you'll see that in the GMP when Scott talks here in a few moments, there were a few items within that we added to the project as alternates, and as a way to ensure that we did not have a budget overrun pricing those. And in this case, not to steal too much of Scott's thunder, but they came back favorably through here as well. So we were able to, one of those alternates is the covering of the batting cages. So those will be fully covered as well as lit. There'll be 4 batting cages. We're standing here with the tennis and the visitor amenity buildings sort of directly behind us. So we have baseball here on the left side, softball here on the right side, being able to utilize these batting cages as dual use. Each of the batting cages are linked to baseball, but they're also set up to be utilized for softball as well. So it can be multifunction, work through either scheduling of 2 and 2 or have opportunities for baseball to use all 4, softball to use all 4 at different times as we go through there. So here an overall sort of aerial of the site. You can barely see the high school here. So locker rooms for baseball, softball, and tennis will be directly sort of out through this door and have pathway connection over here to the athletic facility and direct access out to the practice field here as well. Do also note that we do have our field events out here for shot put as well as discus thrown out to the practice field here on the south end. But you can see the covered batting cages, our visitor side parking, as well as visitor amenity building, field house building, and grandstand overall. We're also, doesn't show well in these images, but in this area here, as well as this area here, we will have sort of flexible, sort of family-style mounds sitting on grass hills that will be irrigated, so we can maintaining that grass through the hot summer months into football season. As we look through there, that'll increase the functional capacity of the stadium up over that 7,000 seat mark. However, by making that flexible space, not only does it fit the sort of culture and the usage of the district, but it also helps us reduce our physical seat count, which leads into our restroom count and manages the budget as we go through there. So many aspects to go through there. We will have a video board at the stadium for all events in the stadium, and fixed digit boards at both baseball and softball as we work through there.
It will not be in a place that we have to turn off because their lights blind the pitchers.
No, no,
Correct.
think about it, but yeah.
Yeah,
Correct.
I mean, that's the batters, thank you.
Yeah, they're in right center field, not directly behind the pitcher as we go through there. One last thing to note is we do, on all fields, we do, fields as well as the tennis courts, we do have LED lighting for all of those facilities as well.
That changes colors for the stadium.
At the stadium, it does
Yes.
change colors, correct.
Thank you.
What is the parking for the visitors? How many?
So in this central lot, we have, I believe it's 92 spaces, and then we have the remaining visitors will be parking in the front portion of the school at the high school lots, and there's a pathway that connects. You can see the crosswalk actually right there, and then come around the back. So they have to walk a little bit further, but in order to condense and keep the athletes daily and keep the fields closest to the high school, that was the compromise, having the visitors walk a little further, because in our total capacity parking counts, we are also utilizing all parking on campus. There's understanding that there's not a major stadium event at the same time, all students on campus for school, so So we were able to save the 357 spaces that are part of the front portion of the school and include them in our overall parking count.
Just to address a couple of known concerns also, thank you for answering my one about the scoreboard. I appreciate that. On the baseball and softball fields, are those elevated seats as well? Like, what's priced is elevated? I know we approved something, but.
Correct. The front cross aisle is at grade, so the front aisle is non-elevated, but as they do step up as you go through there. We've done sightline studies primarily at the your existing facility. It's the location of the dugouts that help cramp those sightlines as we work through that. But our 350 seat capacity at each of our grandstands do not have compromised sightlines.
Okay,
There.
good. All right. Correct. And then the other question is I know Scott's going to talk about the numbers, but that purple on the field, I mean, is there any way to do something there to really, one of our long-term rivals sits there with green and white on their west side. We're not going to mention their names, you're a bunch of turkeys. Is there something, can we put it in there? I mean, is it just the purple that's fading, or what's fading on the bleachers that we can't do something unique?
You want branding?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we absolutely are looking at that. One of our concerns obviously was that in a few years with the Hot Texas Sun, it is a lavender, which would, having tried a red field in a previous district that quickly became pink, no one wants that. So also in cost, and I know Scott can speak to that, custom colors shoot up the price pretty quickly. But we had talked about what that looks like with the standard colors and picking things that would not fade, but still potentially, yes, have an opportunity for branding.
Sure, and that's where I was going. If purple's shown, is purple in the price, therefore we can come up with another option.
Purple would be an option. Their standard purple would be an option that's included in the price currently. It's not an exact ringer for Navarro purple, but it is a including price. Unfortunately, I think the concern on those is their color stay warranty is only 5 years, and our plan is to have this facility here for another 50. So having that, only 1/10 of the lifespan being guaranteed to stay a general color of purple without turning into lavender was part of the concern. It is something we haven't fully identified and selected the color on those, so we're still working through that. We'll be exploring the option whether it ends up being potentially something else, or it could still possibly be purple if there was less concern about the fade over time.
I'm with you, Joe, on the branding. As much purple as we can get.
Well, yeah, I think we got a smart finance guy over there that can figure out a way to sell rights, make some money, so we can replace this thing.
Oh, yeah, we got that, we got that.
I can think of somebody I can sell them to right now. I'm looking at it.
I'll buy 2.
We haven't looked at, and it shows up well here in some spaces, but tried to increase that branding. We are going with a light gray track with purple accents in the transition lanes. So if you watch the relay, that's the area where they pass the baton. So it's not only a teaching moment, particularly for the younger year, really identifying those zones for the track athletes, really brings that striping and school pride in there. We also have some of that, it's very faintly shown here, having Navarro behind home plate as well, and as well as the outfield logos as we go through there. So we have tried to bring that branding moment as much as we can through there on ones that we're confident on the color stay for.
And as he said, we haven't gone into the details of it, but if we wanted to go with the purple, I think if we do a design that would allow for the end that has less seats, knowing that we may have to replace them within 5 years, that's less seats to replace. So it's a discussion. We just know that was a concern of ours, that the fading was a reality, and just trying to be fiscally responsible in our investment. And so I think it's definitely up for discussion for sure, because, you know, your other choices are, you know, black, no one wants to sit on a black heated seat, gray, you know, so we hadn't made any decisions, but we had openly discussed the concerns about the fading purple.
They brought that up, Joel, when we were talking with Sturdy Steel, and we asked about the purple, and they were pretty explicit that over time it was gonna lighten up considerably, and you would have a long-term maintenance issue. So again, we're open to anything you guys want to do. If you maybe speckle some colors in there, you know, I'm just really wanna throw some caution out there that the manufacturer was very concerned that it wasn't gonna be something that you would be happy with over the years.
Additionally, our skirting, which is right along the front 4 feet there, as well as about a 5 foot tall stripe through the middle, so you don't see through those elevated gaps as well, that's a powder coated material, so we can get it to match the Navarro Panthers, but it's also the color scheme on that is way better than the plastic on the seats in those colors. So we do have some of that branding in there that we want to that we are incorporating already.
And we're gonna have some, again, we're not here tonight to talk necessarily graphics package, because we haven't brought those, our design team's not brought those to the administration to look at and bring those forward, but we've got some branding on the backside of the bleachers. We've got some screen printed windscreens that we're definitely gonna bring some highlights to that stadium as you walk up. So there's some really nice features that we've got in the project right now that we just need to work through the concepts and bring those forward as the kind of let the cake bake a little bit.
Any questions about that part of the presentation?
The, practice field, is it irrigated?
Yes, the grass field down here is irrigated.
Is irrigated. I know you talked about the seating mounds or whatever irrigated, but I didn't hear any mention of the practice field.
That is irrigated, yes, sir.
Yes. And then we've also got irrigation, I know at the football field where they can cool the field down if needed.
Right, each of the fields has quick couplers, primarily used for cleaning of the field, but can also be used to help maintain them in terms of keeping the indoor materials there. The cooling effect is sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Day like today where it's this humid, it would probably only make it worse. So it's very weather dependent in this part of Texas, but it is an option that we have there on the fields as well. One last thing I do want to point out, Dr. Emily mentioned the drainage and site package, that $4.5 million, which is now close to around $4 million as well. What will be included in that is our parking lots, as they serve as additional parking for the high school, as well as the overall drainage improvements, which include, you don't see it here because you won't see it in the final construction, but underneath the practice field and then along this stretch ties in here, there's underground box culverts to direct that storm waters and that run from the adjacent properties directed around the fields rather than trying to flood them over the fields and having those issues as well.
And directed away from the actual high school building.
Correct. It comes in along the road and then over towards the floodplain, sort of, you know, probably just off screen over here.
You have more.
That's
I can
okay.
sense it. All right, anything else before they move into the next part of the presentation?
I've got a question.
We can't take questions from the gallery, sorry. All right,
All right.
go ahead, thank you.
I think my slide's in
It
there.
did move forward.
Move forward.
I did move forward, but it's not there.
I
Do you
didn't see
have
it.
a specific slide that we need to bring up, and I can have them add it? Or is it just what's in the actual board
Yeah,
book?
it's what's in the actual action item to
Okay.
approve, package 3. So, as you are aware, this project was presented to you in 3 separate GMP packages. Package 1, GMP, was for the grandstands, press box, and bleachers. That was approved in the December 16th, 2024 board meeting. GMP 2 was February 24th, which was the mass grading, cut and fills, erosion control, elevator, and electrical gear, the main MSB gear, so we could get that ordered. The balance of the work is package 3, and tonight we're bringing forward $34,404,698 for GMP 3, which is the balance of the work that was not in package 1 and 2. Does anyone have any questions on package 3? I think that's the action item tonight.
I guess my only question is, I don't know if it's for you guys or if it's more for us, is in the construction of high school, I understand FF&E, it's pretty simple, but when it comes to the sporting complex, this is coming in under the bond number, right? And so it's good. Does this price have, what all amenities listed here,
She can tell you.
So I can tell you that the alternates that were accepted were the stadium cheers in lieu of bleachers in the reserve section and the home side. The field house edition was also, is within budget. Batting cage roof structure 1, batting cage roof structure 2, and then something that's going to be a great item for years to come is we have all concrete paving and no asphalt on that site.
Fantastic.
So those were the items that they were either a cost value option or they were alternates that were in the bid package. As the last few years, we always throw safety nets out there in the form of alternates to make sure that we still have a project when the bids come in. I can tell you that the last couple months, we have seen some favorable pricing. Not sure what's happening in the market, but there's some subs that are going, as we phrase it in our industry, stupid low. And not saying that we are seeing those in this particular project, but it has a tendency to drive the market down. So I think at the time that we bid this, there was some favorable pricing. We do have a little bit of safety net in our GMP for escalation and things related to what's happening in our political world right now. Anyway, do you have a question?
To answer your question, no, I was gonna answer further. So the construction budget is separate from is included in our whole bond budget. So within that bond budget, we have construction, architectural fees, design fees. We have fees set aside, budgeted for third-party testing, FF&E, technology, other items.
That's
Sure.
not my number.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Yeah.
And so, no, I
Just so
get
we
that.
know.
So,
Yeah.
What she just
between-
mentioned, I don't
So you're
have.
asking about FF&E,
we have
that's separate.
we have the architectural fees that are part of that number there. So
Yes.
what's left that we can, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, FF&E. We gotta furnish a press box. We gotta furnish some other stuff, and then there's needs for such athletic facilities. So is that gonna fall within that bond, or is that gonna be an outside need from somewhere else?
So you're looking from the bond standpoint, when we're looking at the office furniture, things like that that are not directly linked into the architectural features that are built in, right? When you're talking about the operation of the sports themselves, it's a combination, right? So there may be some operational pieces or FF&E pieces that will be placed in, for example, with the high school, when we're looking at weight equipment, when we're looking at, a pitching machine, something like that, right? But you're also still continuing with a budgeted, system for each of those sports. So they're still going to get their budget to make sure that we have enough balls and things to do the sport. So we don't anticipate in the discussions we've had of being out of budget or not being able to provide those things. Yeah.
I'm not gonna say it's a moving target right now. We have some specific things that we have in our GMP that, like the nets at the batting cages, we've got that. The pole vault nets, shot put, or the shot put nets, not the pole vault, but the shot put placement for the field events, we have that. The discus nets and so forth, we've got that in our GMP. But I'm gonna say the daily use things like bats and baseballs and shot puts and stuff, I don't have that. That'll come out of your FF&E budget.
We did work with AGCM to develop a fairly long list of what those items are, and find where the dividing line was on there. Locking sleds are not in this, but the football lockers are physical lockers because they're built into the building. Chairs are not, but about half the technology items are actually in the project, if not more, as we go through there. So those are itemized out as we work with AGCM to identify what those are, what fits in the remaining budget that's outside of this GMP.
That was a good question too, thank you. Yep, very, very good.
And I know we haven't started yet, but what's the projected date?
Tomorrow.
To start with, the good news is that we did get the provisional permit today, because if that had not happened, it would be much worse than what they're talking about now. I will preface this by saying whatever comes out of Scott's mouth next is them being as aggressive as I know that we've asked them to be, but we have already made alternative plans if for whatever reason, permitting, weather, supply chain, tariffs, whatever the thing is that may prevent us from having softball and baseball as we had intended next season, to make sure we are able to have it and have, Brittany being prepared with the transportation we would need to come over. But all that to say, it would have been much worse had we not gotten the good news today that the permitting had gone through. So I will turn it back to you, Scott.
Equipment, I'm not gonna say we jumped the gun, and we didn't, but we started mobilizing equipment late last week. They were doing potholes this week to identify where select field can be located, and we got word late last week that it was anticipated we were gonna get a permit. So we have a pre-install with the city of Seguin tomorrow at 1 o'clock. And following that, we are going to start moving dirt. So what Ms. Epley was stating, we're gonna do everything we can to make up some time. I'm a realist. I wanna be conservative when I put dates out there. I am fairly positive if the weather doesn't kill us this fall, that it may not be the first baseball and softball game, but we're gonna play some spring sports on those fields. And that's our commitment to the district, and we'll do everything we can to ensure that happens. Because I'm gonna tell you a story. 1976, I was playing baseball for John Jay Mustangs, and Gus Stadium was supposed to have a new baseball field for the seniors to play on. That contractor didn't meet the date, and we didn't get to play on it as seniors. I know that hurts kids.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thank you. We appreciate that. And we, yes, Coach Hill and I have already discussed what we can do in scheduling to start season away, just to give us some more breathing room if that is necessary. But we're gonna do everything we can. And I know they know that's important to us. We would still be on track to have, not this season, but the following season be our first season for football over there. But yes, we have contingency plans if it doesn't work out, and that's a great thing to have, is that we know we have a full slate of facilities available if we need them. But yes, we want to move as quickly as possible.
I mean, we've got a pusher out there, our superintendent, and he's gonna do everything he can to make this happen. And, again, tonight we're here to move forward with GMP 3, and does anyone have any questions on the dollars? I'd be more than happy to answer those.
We appreciate you guys working so hard to bring that in under budget and get that to us tonight, and bearing with us while we trying to understand why we were approving things before we felt we needed to. So we appreciate all of the effort you guys have put into communicating that to us. And with that being said, do I have a motion?
I move to approve the guaranteed maximum price amendment for package number 3, GMP number 3, the amount presented by administration for the new athletic facilities project, and further authorize the superintendent to negotiate and finalize the terms of the acquired GMP amendment in a form approved by legal counsel, and to also execute the same.
I'll second.
All right, we have the motion by Joel and the second by Clint. Any further discussion? We'll go ahead and vote. All in favor? And that motion passes 7-0.
All right, we'll go to work.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, guys.
See some lights over there tonight. I know y'all got some light towers.
You're like 24/7 stock going.
Okay, we're gonna move into item 9B, the policy update, FM local regarding student activities.
Good evening, President Sartain, Dr. Epley, members of the board. This is a discussion that the board has had in the past, so this is not new. We have students, we're very fortunate in Navarro ISD that we have students that can participate in multiple activities. Therefore, it does have extensive absences that go when they are participating in those multiple activities. So currently, our policy was changed 5 years ago, I believe, to say that a student would have a maximum of 18 absences in a semester for participating in these extracurricular activities and 26 absences in the school year. And upon further review, looking at the high school, we have students that are exceeding this because they are able to participate again in multiple activities. This is a rare bird here. Our students don't normally have those opportunities in other districts, but here a student can do it all, and I love that. So it was brought to our attention to look at our policy and consider a change for those students that have those extensive absences for school-related events. We did look at our surrounding districts. We do have some districts close by that are very limited in the number of absences that they can have, and the attendance committee does a review when they get to said absences. One district was only 10. We only had 10 allowed absences, and then after that, the attendance committee had to meet to review it. So we wanted to propose a change. Dr. Kaufman and I contacted TASB and asked for guidance, and they said it is possible to put into our policy an unlimited amount of absences if it's for post-district events and extracurriculars. So the season happens and they're below the absences, but then they go to post-district play and they extend beyond the absences, which many of our teams do that. We could put unlimited at that point. So that is the proposed policy change, is that we would look at 18 absences in the semester, 26 for the school year, with the exception of students that participate in post-district competition. Then it would become an unlimited amount of absences because of the competition.
If I can please add just another piece to this. Obviously, this is something that you guys have changed in the past, so we know that there can be a robust conversation about this. I want to highlight a couple of voices that we heard throughout the process. Certainly, we pulled the data of students who were either close to the limit or had exceeded the limit. As it's written, we know that it is based on periods of absence, meaning, you know, if you may not miss the whole day, but you missed 7th period, you know, 26 times, right? So one of the things we know is a concern is that obviously the more CDL drivers we can get with our sponsors, the less they're forced to leave early because they have to utilize our transportation drivers who have to be back. So that reduces the number of absences. Again, we do know we have quite talented folks who are involved in lots of things. And we want them to continue to do that. We think it is a valuable thing. One of the concerns on the flip side is teachers feeling like the more students are out, and we certainly heard this in our checkpoints. We have heard this in the staff advisories that I've been a part of, that they are very concerned that the more times the students are out, the harder it is to make sure that they are growing. We did bring up the idea of some sort of achievement metric, that if you were passing the courses, you would be allowed to go. I think that's a difficult thing as far as timing and when grades are actually put in. You certainly wouldn't want to be in a situation where a teacher had not put in grades and it appears they're not as successful as they actually are because the grades hadn't been tallied. And that becomes a sticky situation, so that was one of the reasons we kept that out. It's not that it couldn't be brought back in. One of the concerns that's actually come up not only with our teachers, but in meeting at the Regional Advisory Committee for Region 20, was superintendents sharing the concerns of teachers that in order for, as TIA becomes more of a reality, and we'll be talking about our plan for that tonight, that the teachers are scored for this additional funding off of student growth. So it's not just that a child is achieving, it's a child grew in the year that you had them. And so the concerns coming in the districts as they adopt TIA is, this is now affecting my financial situation, that I don't have this child in my class to be able to ensure that they're growing. Now, we can argue whether that is a true concern or a perception of a concern, but that becoming more of an interest of teachers because their actual performance pay is tied to it, and saying, how am I supposed to be eligible for performance pay when you pull students from my class repeatedly? So obviously another concern, just hearing that side of the argument of teachers really struggling, even with their best kids, to find the time to get them caught up on what they missed. So I wanted you to know that's why we started kind of at the lowest level of just saying, is this something that addresses the issue? If we don't count the advancement past the initial level, and that would apply to FFA, that would apply to fine arts, UIL academics, UIL athletics, or is that something that is still a concern, and then that's something you guys would need to consider. Certainly the unlimited forever is a concern that would have to be monitored from the standpoint, as you can imagine, there's opportunity to do tournaments every single day of the week if you want. And so I think the limit has also helped to govern, you know, a sport or an activity from just saying, I'm taking you all the time, because we'll be amazing if I can take you every day. So just keeping those in mind as you guys discuss. We anticipated there would likely be a robust discussion on this, since it has been changed twice already, but I just wanted to make sure you were aware of the different viewpoints and then open it up for you guys.
Okay, so with that being said, do we have any discussion?
Well, speaking from personal experience, my daughter played multiple sports and we've never had a problem until this year. She exceeded those limits, so I had to take off work to take her, which is not a problem, but that can be the problem for other kids. The reason why was because normally we would get, they would leave at 3:05 or after, because our school would get out at 3:30, so she would not get hit with that absence. But because the time changed, 3 day begins at 5 o'clock and you leave at 3:45, you can't make it to Bandera. So the time to get to those schools takes at least 2 hours, and you have to get there for JV. If she's on varsity, she has to drive because they are go on one bus. So that with that being said, tutorials is right before 7th period. Maybe it gets flipped to the end of the day. That gives them an extra 30 minutes. I don't know if that would help. My daughter specifically to library aid 7th period, so she would not miss academics, because the year before she was in a math class that would get pulled 7th period, and that was very hard to come back to, and it was advanced math, pre-calculus. So I did not recommend that for her after the struggle of her junior year. This has been an ongoing problem, but it wasn't until this year we were able to manage it. So that being said.
Can you state very simply what the change is here? Very simply.
That was gonna be I was gonna ask the same thing, because.
The change is that now
Post-district.
post-district does not count. So what that means is you have your season. For example, our baseball players
I
just,
understand post-district.
Okay.
So my question is, so we refer to 18 in the blue and in the red. We refer to 26, that's not changing.
that is not changing. What we're saying is right now we're counting.
The
So when
post-district
baseball
play.
now goes to the playoffs, like this week, that would be 2 additional absences that would have to count towards that number. What we're saying is if we change the policy, they no longer count.
Well, my question though is why? Because it said in the former policy, a student who is qualified or advanced beyond the initial level of competition prior to exceeding the days, it doesn't count against them. So that's where I don't understand, is that when you went to the other level, it didn't count against you then, and we're saying it's not gonna count against you now.
That's
So
what I
what's the
remember.
difference?
I remember the discussion prior that the wording we had before, I thought that's the way it was worded, because I remember all the discussion before.
Yeah,
that
I don't
know-
understand the change.
I really don't understand it either.
We're taking out the prior to exceeding the days. So previously, you had to have less than 18 prior to your post-secondary stuff. So now we're taking that out. So we're saying you could be at 18 absences, you're at the number, you could be at 26, but now you can still participate in post-district. But you couldn't have hit the limit, the way the policy is written, you couldn't have hit the limit prior to post-district.
Okay.
So it's the prior part that TASB.
Okay, so I'm gonna speak from experience, because this is my second child to run into this problem. And I know FFA runs into it too.
Yes.
And granted, my oldest daughter graduated 4 years ago, but we struggled with this on multiple things, especially in spring sports.
Yes.
And she would hit the maximum number, but then was still allowed then later to travel with the team anyway when it got to state and regionals and so on. What was different then is, number one, I worked till number two, we could leave at 3:30 and we could leave at 3:15 and we could get to the competition. My daughter this year, you don't get out, you leave at 3:45. She missed the entire last 3 weeks of the softball season. Didn't get to play. She's not on varsity, so she couldn't go at 7 o'clock and leave after school. She was not I don't think she was the only JV girl that happened to as well. Now, you know, because up to that point, she would have run out way earlier, but we dropped soccer along the way somewhere. So we didn't also play soccer, but we did do, you know, all of the others. And so I know I experienced this with my oldest child, and that was in her sophomore, junior, senior year. This child I have now is a freshman, and I know she's not the only one. I'm just using it because I've had a personal experience with it, because it's not just about my kid. And I heard it way back when from a lot of the FFA folks as well, you know, that limit of the absences, you know, it's one thing if you can get there, it's something totally different, because the intent of the rule is that you still stay in school. But if I want my kid to participate, I am still gonna have to come up here early and take her out of school myself. She's still going to miss the period. Or I'm gonna end up following the bus out of here at 3:30, and, you know, we're at 3:45, and does that, you know, then it just becomes a hardship on the family, in order to try to do that. And some of this, I think, is because, like you said, we are starting late in the day. I will also say that my child is one of those that I believe 7th period is her math class, which grades are not an issue. for where mine is concerned. But I will say, it is hard for her to catch up, and she does a lot of extra catch-up in that particular class because of what it is. So I do think that doing some schedule things differently, or having some way, you know, and I know there's only so many hours a day, there's only so many things you can get in a 7-period day, and there's only so many ways you can do the master schedule. So that may not be a possibility, but in terms of the number, you know, my question would be, how many of the athletes do we have that, you know, are running into this? I know we don't run into it in the fall. We hardly ever hit that number in the fall. But we don't have as many sports in the fall, and the fall semester is shorter. I know most people don't recognize that, but the spring semester is typically 2 to 3 weeks longer than the fall semester. And so there is an opportunity. And you mentioned that, you know, if you wanted to, you could schedule a tournament every single day and everybody could be out the whole time.
Yep.
To me, that's an adult thing that we handle on the side of our scheduling, not something that we put, you know, on our kids. If our kids participate in basketball and track and softball, or they do powerlifting and track and cheer and whatever, being able to participate in all those, because now she's like, well, if I can't finish the season, should I even play? And I don't want our students to have to decide, hey, I don't get to play golf anymore because that means I'm going to be out too many days, even though I really enjoy it, because then I can't finish the softball season. So I feel like that puts our kids in a work, especially if they're not at the varsity level yet, for some of the younger ones. And if they're keeping their grades up, you know, I agree with the grade thing, I agree with the difficulty of that, but I also believe there's grading guidelines for that we hold the adults accountable for putting the grades in. So, you know, I recognize that as being an important aspect, but I also think that, you know, if the students are making the grades, and I understand the perception of, if I'm being held accountable for growth, if the child is making an A in the class and they're missing, you know, 26 days this semester and they're still making an A in the class, either our metrics are wrong or that student is still growing. I mean, so, you know, some of that is, you know, I get the concern, because I know there are some students that, if they miss that often, they might really struggle.
Right.
And we would have to find a way to do that. So I realize that sometimes we're talking about exceptions to the rule, but we're also, any student that wanted to participate in that way, I would want them to do that, and not have to choose.
And again, if you guys vote that they can be out as many times as they want, or if you want to just add 10 more days, we do have the data. Mr. Scarborough pulled the data of who was close, who has exceeded, and so we do have those numbers. So if, you know, if it's 10 more days that you want to add to this, overall, it's odd to me that the 18 and the 18 don't add up to your total number. I mean, if you're gonna do that, I would suggest making it just clear that it's 18 per semester, rather than it's 18 a semester, but it total 26, and that's a struggle, I think. But if you also want to say it's unlimited, that is up to you. I agree 100%. It is adult responsibilities that guide so much of this, whether it's turning grades in on time, whether it's being mindful that we do have kids that are involved in multiple activities, not just sports, but FFA, I'm also in a sport, I'm also doing cheerleading, I'm also doing UIL academics, and having everybody communicate as adults about that, and then having them be communicative with kids about when things are due, when you can get caught up, how that all works, and being mindful of that is a huge part of this. So honestly, I'm open to whatever you guys choose. We just want to be able to offer the supports to students who do go all in and go to absolutely everything, so that we help them, because they want to do it all. And that's sometimes something they can easily handle, but sometimes something that's a struggle. We want to make sure that we have systems in place to help them.
I do, just for historical purposes here, the reason, if I remember correctly, the reason that it's 18 per semester or 26 for the year was to accommodate those students where the majority of what they do is in the spring, like especially for FFA.
Right.
They don't do a whole lot in the fall, but the spring is heavy, and so they would have a lot of absences. So that 26 was there to accommodate for the students who may not do a whole lot in the fall, but because the spring is busier. But if you have students that, which honestly, the ones that split both spring and fall semester, you're really talking about strictly only athletes, where when you talk about kind of just the 26 in either one or the other for the entire school year, you're really talking about like the collective group. So if memory serves, that's why that doesn't add up, then it's the 26 and the 18. It's been a long time, but I think that's why I
exactly
remember
right.
that.
That's exactly why we did it. Do we have I know you said you have the data on the students here. Do we have any area data of what other districts have done at this point?
They take it to the attendance committee. I mean, they have, like I said, 10 days, I'm trying to remember.
We had one district nearby that has 5 days only.
Yes.
For the whole year.
Right.
10 days only for the whole year.
For the whole year.
Let's just not participate.
Yes, well, and they're bigger districts, so the kids can't truly, I mean, if you look at a baseball team, we've got 700 students in the grade, there's only 20 students on the team. We don't have that problem, our kids can do it all, they really can.
Part of the issue too is that, yes, then it is more of a individualized system, right? We will take you to the attendance committee, we will review your grades at that time and say whether you're allowed to go. I think as we get larger and we still try to maintain, we want everybody to do everything, that becomes a scheduling nightmare as to those individuals having to come in and have a committee meeting. I'd just rather see us have a liberal policy and go from there.
I'd also say the words attendance committee are a little bit intimidating to people when they don't understand what it means. I recently got asked that question and I said, oh, you shouldn't really worry about it. They're basically going to look at, it's a committee of teachers and principal and whatnot, and they're going to look at is the child passing, is, all of these based on absences. So I think we have to be careful with scary words like attendance committee, that it's not really a negative thing. It's not, because I think so many people equate that to truancy on going to court and I'm a bad parent, right? And that's not really what the attendance committee is actually set up for, but it would be a scheduling nightmare on your part. For sure.
However, you will get a note from attendance.
Regardless.
Regardless.
You get to know about
Yes.
attendance no matter what.
Yes,
Absolutely.
you do. That was not a fun conversation. So, here's my kind of suggestion, and I don't have a dog in the fight like some of y'all do, but, I think maybe we should consider, having some more freedom in the total days, but also I feel like a backstop may be having the review of when a student is getting close to that, somebody who is not an attendance committee, take a look at where that student is, making sure that our academics are our priority, because we are a school and our academics are our priority. So we need to make sure that our students are staying, like Gigi said, academically sound, participating in this. I don't want students to lose out on opportunities. I don't want them to have to pick. Not all of our students are fortunate enough that their parents can take off of work and travel with them. That's correct. So, we need to make sure that we're taking all those things into consideration. I don't have a problem with raising the maximum. There needs to be some sort of backstop put in there to make sure that our kids are not suffering academically because we've opened up this portal.
Yes, because you can have 18 plus you can have 8 home excuses, because I had to use 2 of them to get her there because she had exceeded the 18. So you get 18 plus 8 home notes.
Yeah, and parents and students should not be having to figure out how to manipulate our attendance system so that their students can participate.
So my question is are we closer, more kids closer, is the problem 18 or is it 26? Because if it's, why is there, what's the?
It's 18.
So can you just do a full year,
It's the spring
keep
semester.
26 and do the full year because you
Because
may,
they get 18 and 18. If you do the 18, you get 18 each semester.
but I'm saying if you're not going over 26 total,
You're saying allow you to have 26
Just-
in a semester, right?
no, however you want it.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
A
Whatever.
year.
If you did it all in the spring semester, you could have it all in the spring semester.
I mean, that's missing a ton in the spring, but.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying.
Do we have to break it up per semester, or can there just be a global total?
18 plus 18 total is the total you guys would be offering. Because that's not the way it reads.
No, it's not.
It reads 18 or 26 total. And that isn't 18 per semester.
Right.
So if you total 18 and 18 and make that the number total,
That's a lot. I mean,
It
but
is a lot.
26, you know, keeping that number.
yeah,
But that's still, that's 5 weeks out of the semester. Yeah,
so
it's a lot.
I would say in your case, that's probably the most involvement typically of a student, with the exception of the FFA side of things. If you have families taking their kids on their own to additional shows outside of what the FFA produces. So you were saying you needed 2 additional ones just to finish out the season, right? And then again, we would not count post. So if we had gone into playoffs, that would have been.
Basketball.
Right, but if you had, then that would have, plus her basketball stuff wouldn't have counted.
Mr. Scarborough, you said you looked up the number of students that are impacted by this. Are we talking about 5 or 50?
Yeah, it was less than 20.
It was more this year, just because of the timing.
The status, the time.
It was less than 20.
Right.
We never had a problem.
What is your opinion?
The numbers they need,
What do you think would be the best,
uh,
if any, change?
you need to allow postseason is first thing. I think because of the timing, it wouldn't hurt to go up just a little bit. And, you know, yeah, just, I don't know where you would put the provision, where you would set the bar at. I mean, I'm gonna use this example of an FFA kid. That kid was very quickly at 18. The grades were also showing it.
Right.
So, you know, you set that bar at, if you would be actively eligible according to UIL, or would we come in and have our own 75-ish policy? I'm not really sure on that. That student was hurting because they're on the backside.
Yeah.
But not every one of these students are hurting because they're on the backside. Because a lot of them have really high grades.
So the wording says above district. What's above district when it comes to FFA? I mean, is Guadalupe County USHO the only thing that's district, and then could San Antonio then be considered San Antonio, San Angelo, Houston? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, is there a loophole here that?
Right.
That's not it,
What
Nancy.
you're doing.
Right.
I mean, if they're doing competition and they go state, they go national.
But if they're showing their
Showing
an,
that's, I mean, that's still based, but it's not necessarily a state.
okay,
But there used to be, we had the same conversation about 5 or 6 years ago about the FFA, because we were limiting it, I wouldn't say we were limiting it, we were trying to structure it to where they were school-sponsored, like San Antonio was a school-sponsored FFA event. Guadalupe County USO School, Houston is not, Austin is not.
Right.
So
San Angelo is
those
all
didn't
together.
count, those were over the top, those didn't, I mean,
those were considered the above and beyond non-district.
right, they would count against their number as an absence, but they weren't approved, so it wouldn't be a post-district.
Yeah,
They wouldn't get those dates extra.
oh, so it would not.
They would not get them, because they're doing those on their own.
They're not school sponsored.
Right,
That's
they're
both.
doing them on their own.
We're not providing the
So
school
are you
sponsor.
asking if there's a loophole
Yeah, I'm
to
asking why
designate
are-
things as school sponsored?
Yeah, the bigger question is, why aren't they school sponsored? If they're encouraged, that's their livelihood, that's what they're doing. Why is that not a school sponsored scenario? I mean, there's a lot of money being raised, there's a lot of scholarships being given out through Houston, San Angelo,
Correct.
Austin,
But
stuff.
what that's requiring is that the district now fund that the ag teachers attend and participate in those.
Gotcha.
So every family that makes money doing that, to get that absence excused, saying now the district has to say it's a district event, would mean now we are providing our people, we're
Gotcha.
providing our transportation, we're housing them, so that would be an additional cost. And that can be discussed as far as what the threshold of what the district feels like they need to do to support. But what I would say that I would recommend, because it sounds like there was a history here that did not get recorded. So yes, you have a basic policy. What I would recommend is that we have that additional guideline that is attached to that policy, that is noted, so that it will be an attachment in policy, whatever y'all vote on this, that we're able to record those administrative regulations that say this is what post means, this is what it means for, you know, ag events, those things. So future down the line, let's say 5 more years from now, you know, whoever is here has that as the guide, and it's not, no, we talked about this, we said it was this, we said it was that, because as you change principals, as you change administrators, as you change superintendents, if those things aren't recorded, then there's assumptions made. And so I do think that'll be important, is that we have some admin regs that go with whatever is ultimately decided, and y'all talk through that.
And I might have missed it while I stepped out for a second, but was there an immediate need to address this?
That was my very next question.
No.
When is this going into effect?
We already have a policy in effect for this school year, and the students are participating, athletics are done. It's over, so it's not pressing. I think we need time to flesh it out and put it in the way we want it.
I move to postpone the proposed changes to
Yes.
policy at FM local to include the new language that the district shall not limit the number of absences for post-district, state, or other competition.
Second.
All right, the motion was made by Joel to postpone this action item. It was seconded by Dan. All in favor? That motion's gonna pass 7-0. I know our next board meeting's gonna be pretty robust, so can we make sure that this gets back on in June so that we can?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes.
Look, it's spring.
Wait, what is this?
We should have brought dinner.
Next month.
Okay, so we're gonna
Next
move.
month, you're making up for all of the recognitions we put on.
This month, have pizza.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna move on to 9C. Instructional materials, transition plan, and LASSO 3 grant fund utilization.
All right, I'm going to be succinct. This is a very heavy, big thing, and I want to make sure that I answer any questions, and there's transparency here. So instructional materials transition plan and the LASSO 3 grant are things we've been talking about since November. At our November board meeting, we talked about the intent to apply for LASSO, and then the State Board of Education finally adopted their instructional materials. In December, they released that list to us. So I've shared some things through Friday memos and some of our previous board meetings about this process and this change. We have a limited list of things that we can purchase that are state board approved. So our teachers have been looking at these materials for quite some time. And so in November, the state board said, you will get funding for things that are on our list. If it's not on our list, you're not going to get additional funding for it. You have to come up with your local funds. So these are our EMAT, our instructional material monies that they're referring to. And the other stipulation is our instructional materials must be 100% TEKS covered. We must cover all of the TEKS with our instructional materials. Now, there are only 2 instructional materials that are up for review right now, mathematics and ELA. And we've known this since COVID that they were coming. Science we adopted last year. We're already good for science. Social studies is our future. So the evolution of the instructional materials, I think it's important because I don't want people to think that we're Cracker Jacks or we're just popping all over the place. Instructional materials since COVID have gone through this evolution. So in the school year 2020-2021, the state came in and said, our teachers spend way too much time planning and writing lesson plans. So we're going to develop a curriculum that they can utilize during COVID. They call these our COVID emergency materials. And we had T-class money that was covering those materials for our teachers. These were for science and math, not for science, these were for ELA and math. Those were the 2 products that they were continually developing. They were, as you see in the top box, they were Amplify, Carnegie, Eureka, but now the state has adopted them to be their own products, which they call Bluebonnet. And Bluebonnet products are not fully developed all the way through high school yet. Their primary focus is only. So this is the evolution of the instructional materials for math and for reading. We are looking at the transition of Amplify to Bluebonnet for K-5 reading language arts. Our LASSO grant 3 that we were awarded in February is tied to this product for implementation. We have $287,000 given to us for the implementation of instructional materials K-5 RLA, which is Bluebonnet. Of that $287,000, 50% of that must go to a contracted provider. We are those funds for anything for ourselves. We have to contract with a service provider, which Region 20 has been our service provider. So one of the action items is that we have to approve to continue that partnership with Region 20 as our implementation provider. That means they'll come in, they'll do staff development for our teachers, they'll observe our classrooms, they'll give teachers independent supports with the implementation of this new curriculum. Then the remaining 50% can be used for local salaries. We propose that that remaining 50% is our instructional coaches. That's how we maintain our 2 instructional coaches for this next school year and not have to absorb them with the additional positions that we'll be approving tonight. So that is the utilization of our grant funds. We will use those to partner with Region 20. We've been working with them already. We have a great partnership with them. I actually feel like our instructional coaches are more sought after as help for them because we've been doing it for so long. We've been working with them 3 years now for the implementation of instructional materials. So, State Board approved materials for mathematics. We weren't happy with their Bluebonnet product. Surveyed the math teachers, met with them one-on-one, and we are not going to go with the Bluebonnet product for mathematics. We are going with STEM Scopes. It is on the SBOE approved. It is this other resource that is fully aligned kinder through algebra. It was important that we had a product that would be vertical all the way up through algebra. I didn't want to be, again, crackerjacking with instructional materials. STEM Scopes is tried and true. We did walkthroughs with the teachers on what's available to them. They've met us for our price. I have set aside a pot of money for math materials. I usually would use those for our past adoption that's out of date. So I do have a set aside amount, but because STEM Scopes is on the State Board approved list, we will get additional funds for this product as well through our instructional money. So we have plenty to cover RLA, plenty to cover math if we adopt the State Board approved materials. So STEM Scopes is the other board action item that you have tonight. We are approving the purchase because it is above $50,000 because we are using it for elementary, intermediate, junior high, and algebra at the high school. So this is an example of the rubric up top, and our instructional coaches are already working on the rollout of these materials. We are posting them on our website for parents to see them as well, so they can look at everything that we see. They can see our YAGs, which are year at a glance. You can see our scope and sequence for both products. So with that said, the actions that we have to take tonight are we have to approve the use of our LASSO funds to partnership with Region 20 as a service provider. The other 50% of our LASSO funds go to fund our instructional coaches. And then we have to also approve the use of K-5 RLA Bluebonnet materials. And the Bluebonnet materials are tied to the LASSO brand. It is required for us to use those RLA materials to have those funds. And then the approval of STEM Scopes as our math curriculum for kinder through Algebra 1. The high school classes, geometry, pre-calculus, all of those already have a curriculum that we had previously purchased that are not yet needing to be adopted because there's no adoption for those on the State Board list yet. And that was a lot of information. So please, questions.
I have a question. It's not directly related to curriculum, but it's a comment that you made a couple of times that's slightly concerning to me. So what is the plan for the funding for our instructional coaches when we don't have this grant anymore? Because I know we all remember how I fought against those positions because they were grant funded and nobody could promise that we were going to have funding for them after their 3-year grant was up.
We have local funds available if we need to use local funds.
Well, we've had this conversation. It's been on my request list, but when it comes to staff,
We have the grants now to fund it. I
Yes.
do understand that part. I just don't ever want to get to a point where, you know, one, our educators are used to having that resource.
Correct.
And the humanities side of it is these people have families and their salaries feed their kids.
Absolutely.
So I want to make sure that that's protected.
we discussed it. Like I said, there are staffing that will come to you tonight, and It's always been on the request list, but when you're looking at teachers in the classroom, my instructional coaches and I have this conversation every week at our academic meeting. Yes, I would love for us to see our budget come to an area that we can afford that locally, and we are slowly making those incremental steps to do that. But to your point, I get concerned every time I say it too.
We're good.
Yes.
We're good. We absolutely can fund them locally, but while we have the money from the grant, we will use it.
That's all I needed to know, thank you.
Yes.
And then I see 3 action items in this 9C, right? Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure.
And then the instructional provisions that was
Move will come out.
moved
Yeah,
over
it'll
would
be at the end.
yes, that is a list of the instructional materials that we intend to use for the 25-26 school year
Yes, ma'am.
that have to be ratified.
All right, thanks.
So you mentioned that the math is outward facing for parents to review that and all that.
It might as well.
You did that for the Blue Bonnet reading as well?
Yes.
I only want to ask because it is such a
Hot topic.
hot topic everywhere else about how people don't like the Blue Bonnet reading piece for the content. Have we received any concerns that we can just say flat out, we've already addressed that and we know what they are and
So my expert is here, Brandy is here, and she and I have been looking at these instructional materials since the inception. And
And I don't necessarily need to point out all those things, that's not what my question is have we received feedback from parents? And do we feel confident that by adopting this, we're not going to all of a sudden have a whole lot? Because the new policy associated with all this is that a parent can ask for a formal review and another formal
Absolutely
review.
correct.
And we're here at the board looking at this product several times. So that's what my question
Correct.
is.
And no, we have not had formal complaints.
No.
I did witness a Facebook comment
yes,
that if any district that adopts this is looking at a lawsuit from me. And that was a Facebook comment. What I will say is that this is a common discussion at Region 20 about what the commissioner is allowing for us as districts to do when it comes to this resource. At any point in time, we are allowed local control to remove pieces of it. So if we are in the process of working with our teachers and they're saying, I'm uncomfortable with this biblical reference, I think parents are going to be upset, I'm uncomfortable, what are we doing? We can come sit with those instructional coaches and say, do we agree that we're going to pull that out and substitute something else, and that is completely allowable. I think to the contrary, I have heard more of our families saying, I like that. I like that that's a part of it. Again, not teaching religion, just text that is based in religious text. So, but yes, we have that flexibility, and no, I have not heard from anyone specifically.
That's good. And then my second question is, I know in order to qualify for the additional funding, for the 40 and the 20, we as a board have to adopt the transition plan. But I don't see the transition plan here in the documents.
so our transition plan is moving from Amplify to Blue Bonnet. The Blue Bonnet is our transition plan.
But she
But
says
there
she
is
doesn't see the
specific-
language that
yeah,
says that
there
we're
is- There is
accepting it.
specific language in the adoption of OER that requires that the district have the transition plan that's available. And I know that TEA even has a template out there that you can use as a template for completing that, and it kind of lists out like the goals and how you're doing that, and I didn't see that. I'm not questioning whether you have a plan as to the implementation of that. I'm questioning the legalities of before we can adopt it, that we have to approve the transition. So I know that's why they're both here, and that particular plan is not as simple as just saying we're moving from Amplify to this. There's more to that plan.
So that's a part of our LASO grant. We've been doing that. We have had
So
frameworks.
because you're strong foundations, we don't have to actually see that particular plan.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, because we are in the strong foundations. We've already done the implementation, we've already done planning and implementation, and what were our other? Done applications.
I know there is a caveat for strong foundations, so I just want to make sure that that's what that is, because Otherwise, we can't mark in an email that we did it and we don't get the funding. So I just wanna make sure we get the funding, and it says that we're approving the transition plan, so that's why I questioned that just a little bit, okay.
All right, any other questions, comments, or concerns of the presentation Ms. Smith-Mullen gave us? Does everyone see where the 3 action sheets are under this item?
Yes.
Okay, do I hear any motions? Let's start with the first one. Do I hear a motion on the STEM Scopes mathematic curriculum approval from the board?
I move to approve the purchase of STEM Scopes mathematic instruction materials, which is a State Board of Education approved instructional resource in the amount of $132,618.16 for the district's kindergarten through Algebra 1 mathematics core curriculum.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Clint and a second from Dan regarding the STEM Scopes mathematic curriculum. Any further discussion? All those in favor? The motion on STEM Scopes is going to pass 7-0. Do I hear a motion on the Bluebonnet Learning K-5 RLA instructional material from the board?
I move to approve the purchase of Bluebonnet K-5 RLA instructional materials, which is a State Board of Education approved instructional resource in the amount of $80,818.10 for the district's kindergarten through 5th grade RLA core curriculum.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Becky and a second from Clint on the Bluebonnet Learning K-5 RLA instructional material. Any discussion? All those in favor? That motion is also going to pass 7-0. Do I have a motion from the board regarding the ESC Region 20 approved provider?
I'll move to approve the selection of the ESC Region 20 as Navarro's approved service provider for the LASSO Cycle 3 grant program, and will utilize 50% of the awarded grant in the amount of $143,500 to create a contract for implementation services with Region 20 for this grant.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Dan on the Region 20 approval provider and a second from Lacey. Any further discussion? All those in favor? That motion is also going to carry 7-0. I believe that's it on that one, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. We're going to move into 9D, the teacher, with the TIA district spending plan.
Did you want to do the?
I thought we had to do it at G because when she gave the
can.
motion, she said
You can.
9G.
Go ahead.
All right, good night, board. And thank you for this opportunity to present on the teacher incentive allotment plan. Just a summary of what this action item is about. It's a statutory requirement of our participation in the teacher incentive allotment that the board approve a spending plan before we spend any stipends. That timeline is coming up a year earlier than expected for the initially planned because while we are in the process of identifying teachers in our district who will receive the stipend, we also hired 2 teachers this year who already came with the designation. So we do have 2 stipends that need to be paid out this summer. So that's why we're asking you this month to approve a spending plan. Many of you have heard a lot about TIA, but because we do have, time has passed and we do have new board members, I just want to provide a brief overview of what the TIA is, just so everyone's on the same page. But the actual item tonight is very simple. It's just asking you to approve the spending plan. But quickly, what is the TIA? TIA is a state-funded system, right? So all the money for the stipends that come through TIA come from the state. The district just decides who the eligible people are going to be and then distributes the funds. And so what does it involve? It's basically, it's an effort to provide higher salaries for teachers who are high performing. And so it provides state funds, it sets up, the district is responsible for setting up a system to designate which teachers will receive those funds based on student performance and based on teacher appraisals. There are 3 levels of distinction. A teacher can be recognized at the recognized, at the exemplary, or the master. And each of those levels comes with a different stipend. Those stipends can range, not in Navarro, but in general, those stipends can range from $3,000 to $32,000. So it's meant to provide a significant chunk of change for people who are at the highest levels. It prioritizes hard to staff positions, and so in particular, it prioritizes Title I schools and it prioritizes rural schools. And so in our case, our schools qualify for both of those. So we do have kind of the higher range of stipends available to our teachers. It's teacher-focused funding, so the funding, the little green, you can hardly see that there, but what it says is that 90% of the funds have to go directly to teacher pay. And so it's not a stipend, it's not a funding that we can just allocate to other purposes. And then the last key point is it has a 5-year validity. So once a teacher qualifies, they retain that, it actually goes, it's stamped onto their teacher certificate, and that follows them to any district that they go to. So we can use it as a way to retain teachers in Navarro. It's also a way to recruit teachers in Navarro, because if they already have that, it travels with them. Okay, so the goals, I won't go into depth on these, but the basic goals are to improve outcomes for kids and to improve retention and support for teachers. So there's a lot of pieces within there, but the basic idea is it's aligns with our district priority number 1 about reporting, or about attracting, retaining, and supporting staff. So this gets to what we're asking you for tonight. There are 3 main components that the district has to develop. This all happened mostly last year when there was an extensive process with the committee and a lot of stakeholder engagement to develop these components of the system. The first one is to determine the eligible assignments and campuses. I believe last year there was a recommendation for including groups of teachers, and we received some pushback from the supporting Region 15, which is supporting us on this, to say not so much. Like, don't do it for as many groups of teachers, get it right with the smaller group of teachers, and then expand it. So we basically determined last year that the eligible assignments and campuses would be all 4. Assignments would be primarily those grades and subject matters that are subject to STAR testing, because the process for identifying the student growth is much more defined. And so all of our STAR and EOC tested subject area teachers are eligible for this year's qualification, as well as pre-K through through 2nd grade in general, the pre-K through 2nd grade math and reading teachers. We did just recently submit an expansion application, and that expansion application would provide for every one of our teachers in every subject area at every campus to be eligible the following year. That's going to require some work this summer because we have to develop some of those academic growth measures. How do you determine that a student who's in a functional life skills class has made growth from here to there? There's a very different process. But it's going to be great, because it's going to support really having effective tools for monitoring student growth as well as for identifying teachers. So that's our eligible assignments and campuses. The teacher performance data, that's really making sure that we have good data. So we've been going through a process both of calibrating our teacher appraisal system to ensure that a rating on this campus would be the same as a rating on that campus. A rating by this principal would be the same as a rating by this assistant principal, so that we don't have variation based on different ways of appraising teachers. It also has to do with identifying the student measures and making sure that those are being effectively done. And then it includes an additional piece, which is the correlation to check, and our data has to pass TEA's test on whether we see the right kind of chart, the right line, showing that teachers who are appraised at a higher level have higher level of student performance. Because you wouldn't expect to see, oh, this teacher's amazing, they're doing fabulous jobs, but their kids are doing poorly. Or vice versa. Kids are doing great, but the teacher's awful. Well, there's something wrong with our measures if we're not using a teacher appraisal system and student growth measures that have some level of correlation. So those are things that are going through this year. The final piece that we have to approve is what we're coming to you for tonight, is the compensation plan. So that's what I'm going to go into a little more detail in a minute. Basically, just to go back to what the money's talking about, how much money we're talking about for teachers, these are the estimated amounts during the application process. More or less, this is what the amounts are going to be. And so when you see that they vary based on the school, which varies based on mostly the poverty level of the school, and then it bases on the level of the designations of the teachers. Okay, so So timeline, where are we on this? Last year is when the system application was placed. That was a whole year of developing the application before it was submitted. We were notified in August that our application was accepted, so that put us into this entire year of data capture. Very extensive process, and I really want to give a shout out to Natasha Williams, who's been leading this work for us now, doing the nitty gritty and the leadership work to really make this thing happen. But there was a whole committee that was really driven a lot by Principal Laura Wilson, by Wendy McMullen, and then several other kind of stakeholders have been engaged. But the heavy work that's happening right now is the data capture, and that's making sure teacher by teacher, student by student, all the data is in there so that they can submit it to TEA and have it assessed. That data submission will happen this coming October. The data that's being submitted is the data that was collected this year, so there's a lag time. Then by April 2026, then we'll be notified whether the data that we submitted from this year has been approved to allow us to designate teachers who would then receive a stipend the following August. So teachers this year's data is determining who will get the stipend in next August. All right, so what it goes into the spending plan, there are some very specific requirements, including that 90% or more of the funds have to go to teacher compensation on the campus where the teacher works. Now that doesn't mean all that 90% has to go to that particular teacher. You could have made a decision, we did not, we could have made a decision to say some of that money is going to be given to other instructional staff on the campus, some of that money is going to go towards kind of operational things to make the system work on the campus. There are other things that could have been done, but the committee recommended last year that that entire 90% of the funds that goes to the campus goes to the teachers themselves. That's especially important given that we're expanding it to include all teachers this coming year. Teacher includes all those different roles. Again, the decision was made to give that strictly to the teachers at this time. Up to 10% of the money can be designated for use at the district level. The district level funding can be used to run the program. If we had, a larger district perhaps where you have hundreds of thousands of dollars, you might designate an entire position out of that 10% to run the program. That 10% can include professional development and strategies to help teachers to achieve. We want more teachers to achieve this, so that money can be invested in professional development to help teachers to achieve these goals. But 10% can be used at the district. That's the maximum amount. There has to be, the statute says the spending plan has to recognize that the notification is done in April, but the money has to be spent by August 31st. So you'll see that these elements are reflected in the plan that we're bringing to you tonight. So our plan, 90% to the designated teachers, 10% to the district, which can be used for implementation support and for staff development. The district will pay out the stipends by August 31st. The deductions will apply, so if the money is being earned, it will count towards TRS, and we'll also have taxes and et cetera taken out of it. And then this is a key decision. What happens if a teacher leaves after they've already been designated? And so our committee recommended that those funds will be forwarded to the new district so that those teachers carry that money with them, which is exactly what's happening to the 2 teachers that we hired this year. The money is coming to us instead of going to their current district. The funds are following the teacher. We feel that's important because it's the teacher who earned this money, and we want the money to follow the teacher, even if, to our heartbreak, they leave our district. We also need to assure you and the TEA that there was stakeholder engagement in developing this plan. So there were several email communications that were sent to stakeholders, including teachers, during the school year last year. There were specific stakeholder meetings that were held at 3 different occasions to hear voices. And then there were faculty meetings that occurred this fall at each campus to explain what the program looks like and what's happening, where the money's going. So that's really the presentation. The spending plan includes those elements. It is in your board packet, the actual plan itself. And the recommendation for you all is that you move to approve this spending plan. Any questions?
So you said next year it's open to everybody?
The expansion application we submitted would open it to all of our classroom teachers.
Okay.
We have not yet received approval of that thing.
Okay.
So it's not just your core, it would go to.
It would go to every art, music,
Growth measure.
ag.
Yes. Our growth measure is pre and post test, so that's a big part of what, part of that 10% will be paying for this summer as we work to develop those pre and post tests for things that are not core related. But I would tell you, we are on the front end of this in doing everyone, and like I said, we wanted that the first year, but we were told by, the guidance that we got, don't do that, don't do that. But the legislation that's being put forth now would be that by, 2030, all schools would let everyone be eligible. So we're already moving forward in that, so I'm excited that we're doing that. There's a lot of work to get there, but it is the right thing to do.
Any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
I move that the board approve the Navarro ISD teacher incentive allotment spending plan.
Second.
Motion made by Clint, second by Donna to accept the teacher incentive allotment district spending plan. Any further discussion? You would jumped ahead of me.
No,
No, you don't, okay. All those in favor? That motion's gonna pass 7-0. Thank you.
It's okay, it's almost 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
You're excused a hand up too soon.
On behalf of our teachers who will benefit, I thank you for your enthusiasm.
Thank you
Good
for
job.
being here with us all night.
And I'm back. So,
Yeah.
staffing requests. So,
We're moving on to staffing requests for the 25-26 school year.
And so, this is the annual staffing request, to request, staffing additional positions, based on student growth, on the population growth, and also based on strategic investments in particular programs or needs that we have to provide for our students. So, the list is in the board package of the positions that are being requested. As I said, this is based on enrollment growth. It's based on the opening of the new high school, which will necessitate some new positions. Some of which would be staffed at the beginning of the year and some which would not be staffed until the actual closer to the opening of the school. And then strategic investments where we see a need for additional programming or services for our kids. There's a total of 24 additional positions that are being requested in this. There are 6 position adjustments, which is a budget impact, but it's changing the amount of money that would be going towards for certain positions. For a total budget impact of $1.39799 million. That money, that amount has been put into the preliminary budget by our CFO. So Paul has kind of certified that that is a sustainable number in our budget. That we can afford that, is not gonna put us into a deficit. So that is the request. The positions are listed there, like I said, but there's a summary for you of what the position types are and what the locations are. I'm not gonna go through them all. I think I'm gonna take questions about which ones people have questions about. And then the position adjustments are listed as well. These, like I said, include current positions. Some of them have people in them already, some of them don't, but the positions themselves are changing to accommodate either the expansion of the responsibilities of those positions or just the need of the district. So with that, the request tonight is that you would approve the staffing requests. And one thing I would note is that this year, currently there are no reserve positions included in here. That was pretty much a budget decision to be conservative and not put in the positions that you allocate in advance that Dr. Epley can then allocate as needed throughout the course of the year. But when we do find out about state funding and we do find out that there are additional funds in our budget, then we're likely to come back with a request for reserves so that we have that flexibility during the year to make a quick adjustment when we have enrollment growing. But for now, they're not in there. So with that, I would say, particularly if you have any questions about any of the positions, I can answer those, but I'm ready to answer any questions you have.
I had 3, and I apologize for not getting to you earlier. That's just
No, it's good.
timing. So number 1, without diving into too much of the details intimately, are we adding it? I remember there being a discussion via electronic about a junior high theater teacher already, a position already exists. Are we creating another one? 2? We're gonna need 2 of them?
We are creating an additional position for the high school.
This says junior high.
The position is currently allocated at the high school, so we'll be creating an additional position. Again, notwithstanding who the person is.
Right.
We have a position at the high school that currently teaches some of the junior high classes. We will be creating a position that would place a theater teacher at the junior high. As far as who would be allocated to those positions, that would be a
Oh, yeah, no,
separate
I don't care about who's
Who
allocated.
are adding a junior high
I just
position.
thought I remembered reading in the electronic communication that there was already a junior high theater teacher position existing.
There is one secondary position available
Okay.
right now,
Okay,
yes.
all right. Then my second question would be, is the 25,000 for instructional coaches, is that to offset something for the LASSO grant, or?
There's a requirement that there be some local funding for that position.
Okay.
It cannot be an entirely grant funded position, so that is meeting the statutory requirement that there be local funding. There'd be skin in the game, so to speak.
And so my third question is, everything, adding teachers is great. We're adding custodians, but where's a maintenance person? You know, have we talked about a maintenance person to add to this, for the growth? I mean, now we're gonna have a separate campus. We've certified that we can afford it. I'm messing with you. I'm just saying, we have a lot of maintenance needs, and, you know, if we have the opportunity, has that been a discussion,
Part of that maintenance admin assistant is to free them up, to free up them from doing any kind of
Right.
admin work, so that the guys that we do have can get out
so-
and do more than work.
so some of the maintenance guys are doing admin work right now?
Currently, yeah.
Okay.
Right, so they're doing, you know, some paperwork, purchase order, filling out the completion of work order paperwork, that admin assistant would then take on, freeing them up to actually use their skill set in fixing things. And also just, we're restructuring, so that, you know, like our person whose main skill set is HVAC can solely focus on HVAC, and we're working on maximizing those folks first.
Sure.
I do anticipate that we will be adding someone, probably next year, certainly when we add the elementary. But the idea was, obviously the custodial piece is a requirement based on square footage, but we still think at this point in time, we should be able to cover the maintenance needs with the staff we have, just maximize it a little bit differently.
I didn't realize they were already doing some administrative work, so.
There's the maintenance admin assistant would be the very first maintenance admin assistant.
Yeah.
It's not, there is none right now, so
Sure.
all of the work there is done by people who have the skills to be fixing things rather than papering things.
Thank you.
Sure. Thanks for the questions.
Yep, very good question.
I just want to ask a question because I want clarity on one of the things that you just asked. We currently are offering theater at junior high, is that correct?
Correct.
And we currently have students in that as one of the extra electives. Now,
Correct.
I know that you said there was like a whole bunch for next year.
Yes.
I did not realize that we had already started that this year, so that was new. That's new, that's why I'm asking for clarification. I
Yeah.
didn't realize that was offered.
Yep.
The only question I have is the addition of a junior high, another assistant principal. Is that preemptive of the move, or is that because of need now?
It is due to need now, but it is preemptive. I would have asked for it once they moved to the building, but in speaking with the principal, there is a need now, not only from the supervision standpoint, but also just the management standpoint of instructional support and being able to, with TIA, having that opportunity to observe and see where we can assist with growth. But also, while you have one who's meeting with parents, now you've left the campus with only one. And so just having that flexibility of the staff and giving the opportunity to focus on some of those initiatives we've talked about with that secondary academic lean piece. Some of the things the students spoke about 8th graders not knowing what to do when they come to the high school. And so having that additional administrator to also help guide those initiatives with our counseling system, with the secondary academic dean, and really work to align that adult kind of guidance for our students beyond just the disciplinary piece. So yes, good question as well.
Okay, any other questions or comments? All right, do I hear a motion about the staffing request for 25-26 school year?
I move that the board approve the proposed staffing position for the 25-26 school year.
Okay, we have a motion made by Donna, and a second made by Joel to approve the staffing request for 25-26. All those in favor? That motion is gonna pass 7-0. Okay, 9F. Consider and possibly approve the superintendent board goals and superintendent evaluation instrument. Just so we know, we still need to do a workshop about our board goals. It's just titled this way because that's how we titled it when we met and we discussed everything, but we did not finish up. Actually, we never really got to start on setting our board goals, so we are going to postpone that piece. We're not talking about board goals tonight. We're just gonna deal with the instrument that we created in our special session regarding the superintendent goals and the superintendent evaluation instrument.
So, we talked earlier today, and I'll just share with you guys what we talked about. We did all that, it's great, it's wonderful. I think there's some fantastic goals, but what I shared with Emily is, and she reminded me that there was some deep discussion about the actual metric piece of this, is how do we measure these? I think the goals are solid, but how do we ultimately measure it to provide her a fair evaluation? Not just like she said, and I said her, and then she reminded me, no, it's not just for me, Joel, it's for the superintendent position. So, I guess that's where I'm at, is where the goals are great, but what's the evaluation piece look like?
I don't know that we got to the metric part.
Well, I
We
think that,
talked about it.
so I think as a position, as the scope of work for a position like a superintendent becomes more robust and complex, and the external variables are, well, endless, we're looking at a measurement tool that's more directional. So we've created a list of goals here that are measurable, and in essence, that is the metric. So when we sit down and look at the goals, retention, for example, you know, it's not just where are we in retention? And are we heading, have we met the goal? Yes, no. If not, are we heading in the right direction? What are some variables that need to be considered? So I think we've created a great instrument in that the position of superintendent isn't one where we're just rating 1 to 5, you're excellent, you're satisfactory, we're looking at directional behavior, or directional performance based on clear and measurable goals, and we have a document that reflects that.
But I guess where I'm coming from is, our goals are a yes or no answer ultimately. I mean, and also in fairness to her, we left some blanks and she filled them in with the data we requested. So I don't even know if those are attainable goals or not.
Well, and that was the purpose of asking her to go back to her team, so that they could present goals that they felt were attainable.
I will, for the record, state that some of them are ambitious. But I think we felt that was important to be ambitious and audacious. If you were to say that ultimately the superintendent evaluation was going to be you didn't hit this, so you lose your job, I would tell you that we would need to go back and be extremely more conservative. So if that is the intent, ultimately, what that you guys decide on is that it's not going to say, no, we didn't hit it, but we clearly are making progress, we clearly have systems and structures in place that are getting us closer to that. For example, one of the metrics in 5 was our position with the Lone Star Cup. So my original, evaluation of it was top 25 schools in 4A. I mean, our kids are amazing, we have a plan to develop programs. That should be something we're able to do. In sitting down and talking with Coach Hell and looking at where our current standing is, we are 37th. We also have some strange things like today's flip for the championship that meant we got 1 point because we lost the flip instead of 2. So when I look at some of those variables, I said, maybe we start with 30 as our top metric. But I think that does bring up your concerns, Joel, of is it, if we're 32, is it you're no longer the superintendent because you didn't get to 30, right? Or is it, well, we understand we don't have wrestling, so that already puts us below. There's strange things like flips that we really don't control. And so some of those things I think are things that would need to be discussed as far as progress, and are we making headway with that. But overall, even when you look at the House Bill 3 goals that were developed before I arrived as a superintendent, and I know some of you were not on the board at that time, those are going to be challenges to reach, but we want to set goals that are, those audacious goals and work towards a high achievement rate. So we went through this, we met as a team, we talked through things, we came back to the drawing board. What I sent you guys 2 weeks ago was modified, and you saw this week had changed a little bit because people slept on it and went, I really think that's gonna be hard to do, and let's go back and make an adjustment. So I feel confident that these are good goals. They align with the direction we wanna go. And they will give you concrete things to talk about, not just globally, I give you a 2 for this priority. So I feel like you've created a great instrument. How we tweak it, I think will continue to be this living document and this conversation. But I specifically did not create a rubric for you to approve tonight, mostly because I wanted us to have the conversation. If you're gonna change some of these goals or say, I don't really like that goal at all, I don't wanna put that in the rubric, we'll wait till we're confident on the goals, and then the conversation about, is it a number, is it more of a T-test, developing proficient? I know we had the conversation that that's also, just like we have to do for TIA, you gotta calibrate that, because what proficient means to Dan may look very different than what it means to Donna. But that's just the reason we don't have a solidified kind of rubric that you guys would take to write. The other thing you'll notice in the goals is while the superintendent is evaluated, next in June, it didn't make sense in writing these goals to restrict it to June. There was no way some of these goals would be obtained in 2 months. So you see some of these goals extend, some of them, yes, June of 2025, but some of them August of 2025. And so I think that's something to note as well, that during the evaluation, it may be a progress report on a particular goal, and have we made headway with that? And if we haven't, what are some of the barriers? How are we trying to get around those barriers? And that's more of the conversation. We also discussed that quarterly report being more of those formative assessments, so we're not waiting for just these 2 times. That every Panther Progress is really speaking to where are we on obtaining these, and if we've obtained them, are we ready to tackle something else or to build on that goal? So I think really it's about, are there red flags with any of these goals that you do not think are appropriate, or that you feel like we've left something out that is important that we need to address? And then from there, that conversation about what that, how y'all ultimately rate it, even if it's just per goal, so.
So I wanna propose that we limit our discussion to whether or not we want to accept this as an evaluation tool in our goals, and then we can discuss the metric next month. Is that okay?
I just have one question. You have, on some of these, you had that you were gonna set a baseline. Are you setting a baseline for, like, the majority of them, or just, we're just like, we're gonna increase employee attendance by 2 percentage points by 2025? Are you setting a baseline for what that is, or just, like, a point in time to measure that type of progress?
We were doing it for this.
From year to year, or?
We were doing it for the students based on the semester, so the first semester,
Okay.
and doing that as a metric, to
That
say.
would be only
Yeah,
clarify.
that
I can
was
see
my
there as
question.
having a
Yeah.
baseline for some of those, so that we know we're measuring that 2% based on
Yeah.
what?
To come in
Last
now.
year's attendance rate, this year's attendance rate, that kind of thing. Because I noticed on several of them, it says you're setting the baseline at this time, so maybe to identify that
Okay.
for all of those that kind of have that, but that doesn't change the goal, so that's just
Yes.
my feedback and that.
No, perfect. We can clarify that for sure.
I think you guys did a great job getting that information that we kind of left up to you and your team to fill in. And you're right, some of it was very ambitious. I was like, are they sure? So,
We decided to be audacious and really go for it. And then obviously today actually is the baseline for the information that'll come in on the employee, survey. So we'll have that data for you coming up, but we wanted to utilize that to set the metric for goal 1.5 as well. So we can clarify what that baseline is, so that you know where the data's coming from.
I think that's important. Any other questions or comments about the goals and the evaluation tool? Okay, do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the superintendent board goals and superintendent evaluation instrument as designed collaboratively with the superintendent and the board of trustees.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion from Becky and a second from Clint on the approval of the superintendent board goals and the superintendent evaluation instrument. All those in favor? That motion is gonna pass 7-0. And 9G. Did you close it already? Does anybody have it open?
I have it open.
I have it open.
Yeah, we just need somebody to make the motion on it.
It was from
I'm ready. I've got it.
It was 8C.
Yeah.
It was 8H.
Ready?
Yes.
Ready? I move to approve and ratify the certification of provision of instructional materials for the 2025-2026 school year.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion from Clint and a second from Lacey to, I just lost the language, ratify.
The certification of provision of instructional materials.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that motion is also passing 7-0. I believe that's done. So at this time, we're gonna go into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Codes 551, 071, 072, and 074, to discuss the duties of the Board of Trustees, to discuss the duties of the superintendent, to discuss the employment and resignation of professional personnel, including teachers and paraprofessionals, to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, to consult with the board's attorney concerning the legal and procedural considerations involving the termination of the probationary contract of Belinda Lara, effective at the end of the 24-25 school year. Discuss regarding the termination of the contract of Belinda Lara, and then to discuss the probationary terms for the teachers, nurses, Any action that we take related to any of those items will take in open session when we reconvene. We are adjourned at 11:06